Hey everybody, this is Ben from Pink Hawk. We are an actual play podcast set in the Shadowrun universe. We run 2nd edition. We run it fast and loose. If you guys are into like 80s cyberpunk ridiculousness, we are a good time. I think you'll like us. So check that out. We are here today for the second meeting of the 2nd edition book club. We're reading from the core rulebook of 2nd edition. We just met. We didn't just meet. This was a couple months ago. I've been busy, but I'm putting it up now. Our assigned reading was to go through character creation from page 40 all the way through the archetypes, the different archetypes, and the skills. For next month, we are going to be reading combat, all of the combat sections. So that'll be a fun one. I will warn you, there's a section about three quarters of the way through where we kind of get off topic, but it's pretty awesome because we have a lot of smart people, smarter than me, that are coders and programmers, and they are going to be working on a chummer for 2nd edition. So that's pretty exciting. But just so you know, we kind of get off topic there, but we come back to it, I promise. With all that in mind, please enjoy.
I do actually prefer the way later editions laid them out. I had to hunt through like 5 different chapters to find all the little bits and bobs to create my character.
It depends really on what kind of character you're making, though. Because, like, depending on the kinds of gear you need to pick up, whether you're using magic, all of that stuff makes a difference. It's pretty straightforward depending on.
Yeah, now that I actually know where to look, it would take me like 15 minutes to make a character.
Yeah, one of the things with separating things this way, it might make it a bit harder at first, but like when you're looking through rules like afterwards, you don't want to go through 300 pages of everything sounds split up.
Yeah, and one of the things I was thinking about, like the dashing back and forth to find things in different parts of the book, it meant that it wasn't printed in 3 different locations and consequently 3 different versions of the same statement. Right?
Yeah, it's always, I mean, we talked about this a little bit last week, but it's when you're creating one of these kind of rule books, it's always a battle between how it gets used, right? Are you writing it for somebody who's absorbing it the first time? Are you writing it as a reference manual for later? In which case things go in different places. You know, so there's no good answer because nobody's ever figured it out. Right?
Who did the layout? Because all that stuff really, like a good layout artist.
It's not just layout. It's not just page layout. It's literally where is it in the book, right? Because you got to think about. So somebody, you're sitting around a table and you go, oh crap, I need to figure out how to do blah. Where are they going to look for? What do they open up first?
I think having it as
usually the index going, where is that?
Well, don't get me started on indexes.
If you have a good layout, you don't necessarily need an index. If you're looking at a matrix rule, you just need to go to the matrix chapter, and then it's only like a handful of pages you need to flip through. If you split the matrix rules or the magic rules or the combat rules across 5 different chapters, then you're going to be stuck sitting a while looking through indexes or glossaries trying to figure out what's what. But,
it depends on how everything cross-references, right? Because some of the stuff in the magic chapter may reflect on some of the physical environment rules.
Yeah. I personally like making it as a reference book for most of it. Mostly because that's how we'll end up using it most of the time. Yep. Although having that first initial chapter, maybe the first chapter is lore just to get a good hook on prospective new players that just happen to crack the book up in the store. But the second chapter should be all the welcome to the game, this is how you play. And then everything else can build further along. Mm-hmm. Which is I think what Shadowrun kind of did.
Yeah, I mean they gave you the background at the beginning and then
kind of
creating
I've played games that mix lore and rules, and that is a pain to go through because you have to go through pages upon pages of stuff looking for that one rule that that's buried deep somewhere, and it's just a horrible thing.
One word, nobilis. That RPG, I took one look at that and ran away screaming.
I heard about that. I think that's one of those horror stories of RPGs.
Oh, it's a wonderful piece of work. I'm not sure how playable it is, but it's right over there on my shelf. I'm pointing to it. You can't see it. But
What is this?
Noblesse.
Yeah, it's they did the rules with the lore all mixed together, kind of a thing. Yeah, so it was like
Yep. The
I
same
think
thing
Battle
they
Lords did that too.
you
Glitch.
had to read
I
about
think,
the burn.
recently.
Yeah, I think Battle Lord. Yeah, I think you're right. I think Battle Lords did kind of the same thing.
Yep. But it's it's funny. A couple of weeks ago, I was thinking of throwing, and I may still do it based on this conversation. Just throwing out onto all the different social media accounts I now have. Thank you, Twitter. Just kind of whose rule book does it right, I was thinking more in terms of how we learn role-playing games. It tends to be something we teach each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to somebody picks up a book, reads it, and goes, "I know how to do this."
Well,
But that's why you have
gotta
quick start guides.
You got to start somewhere, but that one.
But
person,
usually there's somebody who's played a game,
or even that one person who learns it, buys the book, learns it, then gets a bunch of his buddies together.
but
he's
they
still
probably
teaching
played a
them.
role-playing game before.
Oh yeah.
No, that's when I first met my buddies. They had never touched the role playing game before, and mine was top secret.
Sure.
Oh,
SI, right? So I started with that because oh, this is cool. This is like James Bond, right? So
Yeah.
started playing this. That's how I met my friends because I was like, hey, in the library, I'm going to do this, right? I had no idea. I had read through it a bunch of times, and now it's time to play. And it's like, okay, you still work your way through it.
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, I think Shadowrun does I think this book is, it's laid out great. You got the brief background of stuff, and then the way it goes from here.
It's all there, but it's still, we're in a different age where we've got YouTube, and
Right, and there were no quick start guides when I started
and,
playing.
Somebody
There
could
were
go to
there were no adventure paths, right? You had to write your
Well,
own.
that's the big thing too.
No, there
Nowadays, you
wasn't
can
second
you can
and
have like a
third.
companion YouTube video that goes with it that sort of quickly. There's a channel I listen to. I think it's RPG Gamer. He's a English dude, and he goes through all these old retro games, and he went through like Shadowrun second edition once, and I was like blown away by how succinctly he kind of explained it. Because he's just like, if you flip to this page, this is the combat, and let's look at our archetypes here. He's just flipping back and forth. He made it seem so simple, and I almost feel like that's a really good way too. If you lay a book out well, and you also release sort of a YouTube video that kind of just quickly tells you, here's your sample characters, here are the basic concepts. I don't know.
The Silver Angel and the GM screen. When you got the GM screen and you got like Silver Angel, that was a really good prime and a really good way to get started. I found that was kind of like a quick start guide, and I know Third actually had quick start rules when they published.
So having a with those beginner boxes, I think is a great way to shell out your product at first. And you have the core book and all that, but you also get like a companion box. Sometimes you can bundle them together. So you have a quick and easy adventure, the basic rules. Maybe if you have a complicated system like Shadowrun, maybe you don't want to teach them everything right away. Maybe you just want to go with hey, this is how you roll dice. Here's a character with 5 skills, nothing too too huge. And then when people get used to the basics, then you can bring on the more complex stuff.
I was actually thinking about this while I was going through what we've been doing this book club thing. And one of the things that I think really in the 90s made Shadowrun super accessible to a new player were all the published adventures. Because what that did was it told you, hey, this is how we expect you to play this game. This is how we expect this game to work. These are the kinds of people you're supposed to go up against. And here's a whole bunch of stats for things that you wouldn't otherwise have had, that you'd have had to make up for yourself. So basically when I ran games initially, when I was learning the game, I wouldn't ever run the adventure the way it was written, because there'd always be something in there like, no, my players are not going to go for that.
Yep.
Right.
It gave me a framework to start from that I could be like, okay, so this is how a game should go. So I did a lot of published adventures just because it gave me sort of a sense of how a Shadowrun should work. And that helped out a lot.
It's way less daunting to just reskin something that is like mechanically sound, right? You
Right.
could be like, well, instead of a nightclub, maybe it's a
Theoretically, mechanically sound.
Yeah.
Right, but like, at least what you know what it is, and then like if you want to turn that nightclub into like a dive bar, then like sure, it's just like
yeah. If it's broken, it's not my fault. It's their fault.
It's
Right.
Well, not just that. Like you get better by repetition. So like if we ran the beginning adventure for a bunch of like completely new people, and then like you do it once, and then you do it again, same adventure, you just kind of like tweak the stuff around it, so that it seems like it's a different plot, but it's really just the same thing with like a different flavor on top.
And
Yeah.
when you can, rip something off. I am currently statting out a cyberpunk adventure that is literally the plot to Metal Gear 2.
Sure.
Nice.
Why not?
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many times playing Top Secret, it was always a Bond film that ended up like Spies Like Us. So,
Yeah.
I mean, there you go.
William Gibson ripped off a Shadowrun hard. So, I mean,
He's a bastard. He would admit it now.
See, I was like, okay, so Tom, I have a question. Was Shadowrun first or was Cyberpunk
Cyberpunk.
before you? Cyberpunk was before you guys? Okay.
Yeah, you're talking about the game, the Telsorian
Yeah, the
game?
game Cyber. Yeah,
The year
Cyberpunk,
before.
The game. The year before. Okay.
Yeah, the black box of 2013 came out 88, I think.
Yep, summer of '88. Because we were writing Technomancer, which was a straight cyberpunk game, and we went to Gen Con, and Telsorian released the black box, and we went, oh, that's it, we're dead. There's
'Cause I never once picked up Cyberpunk. It's always been Shadowrun.
no. We looked at it. It was good. We said we're coming out a year from now. We're in trouble because they will have had a year to dig into the market. Little did we know, unfortunately for them, they didn't have the cash reserves to really do that.
See why Black Chrome has been in the works since 1997, and we're only just getting it.
Well, I mean, things are a little different for them now, but back then, I mean, 1988, they just, you had to pay up front and you had to do all this, and they didn't have the cash flow to do it. But we didn't know that. And we, quickly made the absolutely batshit crazy decision to add in magic, and away we went. But we knew as we were coming out, it was an audacious move that we said our main competitor is Dungeons and Dragons. That's the market we're looking to take a bite into, right? We knew everybody else was still out there. I mean, there were the Travelers and the Call of Cthulhu's and all of those guys were out there. But we said, no, we're going to try and take a bite out of Dungeons and Dragons. Which is why we did the adventures, like you were just talking about. Why were there all the adventures? Because D&D had all the adventures that showed you how to play. DNA D-Way, right? One of the first adventures. Dave Arneson. Gee, I wonder why we picked Dave Arneson. And why DNA DOA is basically a dungeon crawl. It was deliberate.
Did you guys see anything from Steve Jackson games? Because I thought that was their vampire stuff was kind of the same target audience.
Yeah,
like I know
about the world of the White Wolf stuff.
Yeah,
well, that was a couple years later.
Was it?
Yep, because I actually worked on Vampire the Masquerade, and not in the way that some people say. It's funny.
What do you mean by the way that some people say?
There's a series called Designers and Dragons, which is like a history of the role playing game industry. Shannon Appelkline writes it. It's great. It's a great series of books. And in there, he says that I worked with White Wolf to shift, do a version of the Shadowrun system for D10s, which is not true. I've told Shannon that. Doesn't matter. That's what stays in print. So now everybody thinks that. The truth is, Mark Reinhagen came to me and said, "Doesn't this system work better with D10s?" I was like, yes, it does, Mark. You are correct, sir.
You bastard.
We've been trying to do that for
Yeah.
So, if the system works better with like D10s, why has Shadowrun stuck to D6s all those years?
Because that's where, I mean, once we were there, we were there.
Inertia, and do you really want Catalyst to be in charge of another great mechanics overhaul?
No. I don't want current Shadowrun crew doing like anything.
Gonna touch
ballsy
any of
with it.
that, but
Well, like I'm not gonna say I don't want them. Like I don't wish them harm. I hope they figure some things out. But like considering the trends of where their stuff has been going, I'd rather they figure out some safe plays as opposed to just going for a great big overhaul or a great big because it's good. They might think it's the next best thing, but it's like I don't really have confidence in their ability to work something out. At least not something that they haven't been working on for a long time.
yeah, I think the bucket of dice idea kind of kept it right. If you're gonna stay with D6s, you're gonna be rolling a lot of them. So
Yeah,
Right.
that's not necessarily bad. It's kind of weird
Right,
around
and,
target
and it
number
doesn't
7.
scare people. They're D6s. Everybody's seen them in Nazi or
Yeah, there's an
Uh,
accessibility there for
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, it was a
They're just
little-
like, oh my god, what are these
crazy.
things? And it's like,
like I said, the original system was built for D10s, and a fairly late decision was made by the marketing end of things to make it D6s because you could buy D6s like in the drugstore. And I was like,
true. Yeah.
you really think we're going to be selling this game to people that don't have dice already?
But it's the difference between a bucket load of D6s and a bucket load of D10s.
Trade your copy of Risk in the,
Yeah, I
in the
agree.
closet for that. I mean, but no, it was more that they thought we were going to mainstream,
Mm.
which was a little nuts.
I love that confidence. Come on.
Yeah.
How did the expectations of that pan out?
I'm sorry, what was that?
How did the expectations of going mainstream or wherever they thought they would get to actually pan out?
Oh, it didn't. Right? All we did was we ate up a chunk of what at the time was a growing RPG market, right? Like it or not, Dungeons and Dragons is the icebreaker. And
Yeah.
that's what was pulling people into the market, and all of us were following along and picking up more. I think the World of Darkness and Vampire did more to bring more people into the industry than we did. But at that time the industry was still growing, not like it is now, but it was growing then. It crested and dipped a few years after that. But I don't think we brought any new blood in.
I'll tell you what, though, my young
kind of real number, I should say.
my impressionable young mind did not play a D&D Genesis game. It was a Shadowrun game. To me,
Fair.
that was awesome. I mean, that's pretty mainstream,
Yeah.
Yeah, the Super Nintendo game was huge. Was the way that I convinced other people to play this game with me back in the day.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
We all played the Super Nintendo game. We were all like, "Oh, this is awesome!" And I was like, "Well, we have I have this book over here."
That's fair. I may be underappreciating the impact.
I think
we won't allow it. We won't allow it.
Well, we're on the topic of the history.
I mean, I've seen the original Shadowrun TV ads. I don't think I've ever seen any vintage '80s D&D ads.
Really?
Oh, they're there.
That's an impressionable ad.
They're out there. Yeah.
That leaves an impression.
But I was gonna say, did Shadowrun suffer at any point from the whole satanic D&D scare that was up in the 70s or something?
No.
They kept
The
hearing about
80s,
that.
the 70s and 80s.
No.
Yeah, it was the
No,
80s.
we were 1989, so we were way past that.
Society was already
depending on-
ruined.
Depending on where you lived, because I grew up in the Midwest, and it was still going strong in 1989. I had essentially a D&D group where none of us used the word Dungeons and Dragons when we were discussing it because we didn't want parents to overhear us. And we knew one of us had a friend one of my friends had parents who were sympathetic to the Dungeons and Dragons being okay. And we would when we called each other on the phone, we would refer to it as the 10 and a half. Then Later on, when we kicked people out of the group, it became the 7.5. But it was one of those things where we used almost like drug jargon for our Dungeons and Dragons so that we wouldn't get busted by parents.
That's like, what's that
Yeah,
big book with a demonic cow skull on it? You're like, it's not Dungeons and Dragons.
My mom still worries about me in Dungeons.
I used to play
That's
in
so
a
much
church
satanic. Yeah, right.
with the pastor's son.
Nice.
And I did have Dragonlance books, which I would basically just sort of gloss over in front of my parents. I'd be like, "Yeah, these aren't Dungeons and Dragons. This is Dragonlance." They'd be like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, because it's all about
Completely
the brand.
Gotta stay away from Dungeons and Dragons, though. I don't want you summoning demons in my house.
Like, if I'm looking at Shadowrun and like what you did in like Dungeons and Dragons, like, yeah, sure, there's like the whole pillaging and looting thing in D&D, but like Shadowrun has things like hard drugs and like, you know, heavy body modification. And like committing crime as like the main purpose for the main objective of the game.
This was the main reason that I started with Top Secret, actually. When I was playing when I was getting into role-playing games, I could bring Top Secret into my house and play it in the same house. And my parents would be like, "Oh, that's not Dungeons and Dragons. That's fine." And Shadowrun would have been the same if I had done that. Because they'd be like, "Oh, that's not Dungeons and Dragons. That's not satanic."
Yeah, my mom took me to go pick up the Top Secret box set when I first got it. You know, it's like, hey, no
That's
problem.
really funny, too,
It's like
'cause, like-
James Bond, no problem. You know,
Because this has like shamans that actually make pacts with totems, and it's funny how there's actually more going on in this book that people had problems with.
And as we discussed last time, this magic is actually based on the quote-unquote real-life magic. So it's actually closer to what they were worried about than Dungeons and Dragons ever got.
Exactly.
But it was okay because it was the future.
And just like Cyberpunk, some of the source books, as real life moves more and more towards stuff such as digital currency and constant online surveillance, it actually teaches you how to evade that shit.
Well, to a degree, I mean, but still.
Who has a cell phone?
The theory's there.
Everyone.
Yeah, right. I'm talking on my cell phone to you guys. Yeah.
It's listening to you 24/7. But who thought that you would have literally the world's knowledge at your fingertips?
Right.
We certainly didn't understand what that meant. Right? I mean, there was always this idea, all the data is out there. You just need to find. We didn't have any idea that, you would just like open a web page and type a question into Google.
Right.
And it would vomit up all the information for you. You didn't have to work at it.
And then there's the power behind that convenience of like who gets to choose what what gets thrown at you, and the whole concept of like shadow banning and like just curating the right answers towards or away certain things. If like Google thinks that the proper answer is like a given one, then like they're gonna make sure that you see this as like top and center of any search related to it, right? Just like
What we seek is not to create censorship, but to control context.
I miss that though. I like the idea that computers were this sort of magical thing, and you sort of created the rules for it as opposed to try to adhere to how it really works. It's like Weird Science comes out and you can create a beautiful woman from a computer program that gets struck by a lightning bolt. You just kind of do shit that works for your narrative. It's like if magic became real, we could all sit back and look at this book and go, they got it all fucking wrong. But
Ben, I think we all tried to get Kelly LeBrock to magically appear in our room. But,
we talked a little bit about that last time, right? About the tension between, do you stay with that cyberpunk late 80s vision of the future, or do you adjust to reflect reality, right? Wired versus wireless as the big point around that. We deliberately stuck with wired. It was a choice. Later editions decided, no, we want wireless because too many people were, well, this is stupid. Why do they have wires? It'd be wireless. Everything be wireless. It's wireless now. It's like, well, it was a choice.
It's not ubiquitous wireless, and then they went crazy.
It wasn't back in 1988. Okay, you still.
No, but we knew it was coming. We knew it was coming.
That's true.
Right?
There's a limit. There's physics limits to how much data you can cram through wireless, though.
Oh, and
So,
that was
we'll
always
hit a ceiling.
And
the
latency.
magic rationale, right? But,
Right.
You know, the other people go, well, but no, bandwidth will always increase. Okay. Whatever.
There's only so much bandwidth in the air.
That's right.
Everyone gets brain tumors. It's the way it's going to go.
Yeah, but honestly,
There's so much
are you really using all the available bandwidth unless you can see the transmissions in the visual spectrum?
Right.
Well,
It's got like the Willy Wonka, like the television thing in the air.
even if you're running out of like bandwidth on air, you still have stuff like multiplexing that like lets you cram more information into a limited amount of bandwidth.
Oh, there's so much technobabble you could throw at
and you could throw quantum physics into it and say, well, we're actually broadcasting on a not real frequency and picking it up on a not real receiver, so it's
That's
fine.
basically how the Matrix works in 5th edition.
Oh god.
Alongside
Didn't know that.
anti-gravity out of nowhere because Argle-Bargle supercomputers on Mars.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
Quantum physics solves all the problems you need to solve.
That just feels like, like the common man's knowledge of physics is so evolved that like we're just not going to gobble up like, this BS. So we need to come up with like a scary, mysterious science to like handle the magic. It's like,
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Well, I know I was late to getting in here, but I want to make sure I give us sort of like I'm recording this. I'm going to put it on YouTube, so I'm going to try and give us a little bit of an intro. But we read the chapters of creating a character from page 40 to 70. What was it? 75?
74.
All the way up to combat. Yeah. So last time we covered sort of the intro fluff and the sort of how like the different races and so it came to pass. And now we're going to do like my favorite part is the character creation. That's my favorite part of 2nd edition, I think. I love the priority system. I love how it's laid out. So I want to make sure that we go through that. I don't know if anybody has anything they want to bring up first and foremost of their impressions of what we read.
So I actually made a character for the first time. I mentioned this earlier before. But I made a character for the first time in a long time because I'm an always GM, so I haven't had to actually go through the character creation process in a while. One of the things that I thought was really fascinating and really enjoyable about it is like there's a very real sense of loss as you create a character in this game. Mm-hmm. Because the priority system, you always feel like you're leaving something at the table as you create a character because you're like, well, if I choose this, I have to leave this behind. And I feel like there are other games that make you give you that sense of loss don't give you that sense of loss when you create a character. Like, I'm gonna make a fighter. I'm gonna do all of the abilities that the fighter has. Whereas the priority system does a thing where you have to say, okay, if I take this, I can't take this. And you have to actually consciously let go of things as opposed to here's your box of stuff, take all the stuff in your box.
Yeah, you can't start with all the cyberware or all like, if you want to be really good at like, shooting things with a gun, you're probably gonna have to sacrifice a bit of like close quarters.
If only Netflix worked that way. It starts
with that priorities. Like it starts with the priorities because you have to sit down and say A, B, C, D, E. These are the things that are important to my character. So even before you write down your first stat, before you think about numbers at all, you have to start thinking about your character in terms of values, right? Like my character is, say, a decker. Because he's a decker, he doesn't care about this. So this goes in the bottom. And you start coming up with an image of a person by just swapping out priorities. As you choose your priorities, you're like, he's not that kind of person. That's out. Is this kind of person? This is at the top. And before you even put numbers down, before you even choose a class, so to speak, you're building the concept, a very high concept of the values of a person. I think that's what makes this really fun is that it actually, when you move into the character creation, before you even start looking at the numbers, you're starting to think about who is this,
Right.
and I think that's really compelling. I think
Don't get me
really
wrong. The first time I made a character, it took me a long time because I was just sort of trying to figure out. I'd never seen anything like it. And I'm also, like I've said before, and I'll say it again, I'm an idiot. So I was like, what the hell? But then once I finished the character, I was like, that was fucking awesome. And then it was like, I wanted to make more because I realized once I understood it and where I needed to kind of flip to see, you know, like, okay, cool. So it becomes so streamlined. Like, okay, choose your race first and foremost. Are you going to be metahuman or are you going to be human? That already decides, you know, that already takes one thing off your list. And then you just keep moving from there. I love, you're right. It makes you actually prioritize what's important to your character as opposed to just giving you like a pool of points to
and I think
be paralyzed with.
And I think that's actually because I have had a lot of players who resist the priority system. They don't like it because they can't optimize their character to be the way it is. And I'm like, but it feels like real life, right? Like every day I wake up and I have 5 things I want to do with that day, and I go to bed having done 2 of them. And this is the same sort of situation where you got to be like, okay, so you can't do all of the things. What are the things that you're going to do first? What are the big things?
Right. You don't get the min max like you do in D&D and all those, you know, some of those other ones.
It feels like a real, you know, it feels like a real dilemma, a real human being dilemma, right? Like you're saying, okay, I have to put this aside. This is not going to be important. I will say as an aside here, though, I keep thinking about this and I want to get it out before we move on. New players, when I introduce new players to this system, almost always end up building a burnout mage if you don't watch them. Because what they'll do is they'll be like, well, I'd like a little magic.
Yep.
So I want
a little bit of everything.
But if I could deck as well. Yep. And they end up with a burnout mage, which so you've got to kind of watch new players because they're so, you get so much power out of this priority system. You try to take a little bit of everything. And then
when you realize there's no classes.
Yeah.
You know, it's like that Seinfeld episode where Elaine has the super wide lanes. They paint over the lane. It's like you got so far you can go. You kind of take advantage of that. I had players that tell me like after they made their character, like, well, can my character learn magic now? Like after they chose no magic, I'm like, no, you have to choose that in the beginning. But I think it's pretty cool that they thought that they could, because that just shows you how free this.
Well, you can learn everything else, right?
Yeah.
You just can't learn magic later.
Right.
Unless the GM lets you.
You can give up magic.
That can be done.
Right.
Right. That's GM.
You can give stuff away, but you can't get it back, right? And that's the first 2 things you were talking about deciding are the 2 things you can't change. What is your race? Metahuman or human, or whichever the sub is, and do you use magic or don't?
Isn't there like an option of like, you know, probably not at like by the time you hit 2050, but like the idea of like starting as a human and then goblinizing later?
No, because that was all previous in the timeline.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But they still say that occasionally people still goblinize that later.
No, I
It's
don't
like
think they ever.
Sam Werner's sister.
Yeah, it was
You can always
become
a ghoul.
exceptionally rare.
You can always become a ghoul, and that's a sort of goblinizing.
I just used the mutagenic ooh. I did a game where I actually incorporated Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and the mutagenic ooh, and then you had the ability to change race if you wanted to.
Well, one of the things before we move on from like, you know, the priority system that I like is that like as a new player, like hopefully chaperoned by the GM, you don't have to learn everything. What do you want to do? I'd like to do magic. It was like, all right, here's the magic. You're going to need one of these here. So like, you know, you shouldn't think about cyberware, or at least not too much. You shouldn't think about like, you know, all these other things. So like, you know, go read that, digest that, like, you know, aspect of the rules. And then like, you know, maybe for your next character, we can do something different, as opposed to I want to do everything and then just end up like, you know, unhappy that I kind of suck at everything.
And part of what we were thinking with the with the priority system was the idea of a spotlight, that you would build a character that did something, a particular thing, and hopefully you would have a group of, let's just say five people who did 5 different somethings, and there wasn't a lot of overlap between them. There'd be a little bit, but there wasn't a lot of it. So something would happen. All right, it's time for the street samurai to do his thing. Time for the decker to do his thing. Time for the mage to do his thing. So that there wasn't, you didn't always have one character stepping to the front to do everything, which is with a system that lets you do everything, you can do everything.
Right. I've also read about this person that was complaining that he was new to Shadowrun, and as he was trying to play, he got told they needed a combat character, so he made that, and then he never got any combat because everyone else was just stealthing through everything, and they would get mad if he did anything that could lead to them getting caught. Sorry. So it's maybe they shouldn't have made you make a combat character,
right?
Or if they made you do a combat character, then the GM should go out of his way to either make the stealthing harder so that they occasionally fail, or give you combat specific encounters that you can't avoid.
Right. That's a scenario you'd end up with in any game where the game master decided to focus on a certain aspect of the game, right?
Yep.
If you played D&D and everybody was playing a mage and they're like, make a fighter because we need somebody to fight things, and then they never had combat encounters because the mages would all get chomped up, that's a problem for that game too.
It's a GM fail. Yeah.
Yep.
So you'd said that it was priority only, but in Companion, which was released in 2nd edition and shortly after the main rules, it had a build point system. When was that developed?
That was after me.
It was? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that brings up a good question, Tom. I'm a little more pedestrian when it comes to tabletop games. I haven't played a whole lot of them. I played Shadowrun and D&D, and that's about it. Is the priority system something you guys created for Shadowrun, or is it something that had been done in another tabletop game that you guys liked and sort of adapted?
Best of my memory, it's something that we did, but it was probably influenced by games like Traveler and stuff, where you had to make certain decisions as you were moving through character creation.
Right.
Yeah.
Isn't Traveler more of a life path?
It was, but you still had to make decisions, right? You still had to commit to things, and it wasn't, we weren't doing a narrative path. We were doing a system, a mechanic for doing it. But it was you have to make these decisions, then you have to live with these decisions. All right, you want this stuff, you're not going to be rich because we don't want you to be, a super mage and be able to buy all the toys.
Right.
Warhammer Fantasy
games.
Yes,
my character is a mage, and he had my mage is dirt poor. He has, after gear, he has 25 new yen to his name because the priority system forced me to prioritize.
Yep.
He's a mud wizard.
Oh yeah, he's got stats and skills for days. Like, he's really, really good at what he does. He's just homeless.
Yeah. Well, and part of it is also we knew it was going to be really, really hard to balance all the characters against each other. So we needed to make sure, okay, if you're going to be really, really powerful in Magic, you're not going to get all the toys. Right?
And
because, the toys will swing the balance of things.
If you create a system where everyone has their thing they do well, and that thing doesn't really reach into other things, then it doesn't matter that mages are OP. They do magic and nothing else. If you get crossover, that's when things get harder balance wise. If the mage can just snap his fingers and then just obliterate the Corpsec team, then there's no real reason the Street Sam's going to feel let down because that's his thing, and someone else is doing his thing better than him, despite being from a different lane.
Yeah, it's funny. So we obviously we've got this. Here it is, and the company called Data East wanted to do what eventually became the Super Nintendo Shadowrun cartridge game. And as they were starting to work it up, they wanted to break the rules. which is, if you remember, the main character can do everything.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a decker, but also a magician, but also a street Sam. It was great.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't know where he was finding the Delta clinics, because no way someone with that much wear in him has more than one essence, has less than one essence.
Nope. And their argument was, well, all this stuff is really cool. Everybody's going to want to do it. Yeah, that's why we didn't do it that way. But I also understood the argument that at the time, to allow a main character where you could choose kind of a bunch of different paths would be really, really hard to make as a game.
I mean, the Genesis game sort of.
They pulled it off in the Genesis game.
They did. But again, they learned from what Data East did.
Yeah. The Genesis game was a couple years later.
It was a couple years later, and the Genesis cartridge was bigger. You could
handle it
more on it in terms of graphics and programming and music and all that stuff. So they had a little bit more headroom.
Yeah, because when you're doing a single,
be able to decide it, and also the producer on the Genesis game, a guy named Scott Burfield, was a tabletop game player. So he was interested in the game experience, where the guys from Data East were more interested in the IP experience, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah.
So when you're making a single player game, you have to be like, you want something like decking. Well, either you make decking a required part of the game, so if someone chooses not to do decking, they just can't succeed. Or you make an optional part of the game, in which case, is it really worth going into decking when you can just do the thing and avoid it? So,
Well, if I remember right, they tried to do a bunch of different things decking in the Super Nintendo cartridge. And that's the one where they basically ended up with Minesweeper, right?
Yeah. You just walked along lines and then...
Yep.
Yeah.
And that was because they ran out of time. It wasn't working. It wasn't coming together. And I remember sitting with some of the guys, and somebody, I remember who it was, basically did, fuck it, let's just do Minesweeper. I was like, okay, do it, because it'll get done, and that's what they did.
And I think that was a thing that when I came to Shadowrun as a new player as a new player on the tabletop, having played the Super Nintendo game, that set some expectations when I made my first character. Sure. I ended up with that burnout mage, not realizing I was making a burnout mage, because I was like, okay, so in the Super Nintendo game, I could deck and also shoot things and also cast spells. So I'm gonna take a little bit of each of those.
You created like an Earth Dawn character, basically.
Right.
A little bit of magic, a lot of combat.
Is the term decking something that was created by Shadowrun, or did you guys get it from somewhere else?
Gibson.
Yeah,
Gibson. It wasn't. I don't think it was called
Neuromancer.
decking, but they had cyber decks.
Cyberdecks, yeah.
It wasn't exclusively called decking in Neuromancer, but it was referred to as decking a couple of times.
Okay.
If nothing
Like
else,
slotting deck.
I would be sure we stole it from somewhere.
So
borrowed, Tom, borrowed.
Sure. Because I'm curious if the game, I guess it's a amateur made game called Decker was based off of Shadowrun or from something else.
I'm sorry, say that again?
There's a little web game you can download as well as a little app, but you can find it on the internet. It's called Decker, and it just has you as a Decker doing Matrix runs.
I think that if you're talking about the same one I'm thinking of, I think it's actually more based off of Cyberpunk. But I could be a completely different one.
The one I seen it looked like basically the Matrix gameplay from the Genesis game, but it was a little more robust because it was all you could do. So they kind of fleshed it out a little bit more, but I don't know if we're talking about the same thing, but I feel like it was the same.
There have been a couple of attempts. I mean, I know at one point somebody was, because the goal was always, it was always very hard to balance the physical versus the Decker actions in the game, right? So somebody was always, well, what if I made a little computer game and just a guy goes off in a corner and plays that while while the rest of us play the real game. So they were always trying to work up a little computer decking game to do that. It never really worked because it would take as much time, and there was no synchronous between what was happening. There it is.
There it is.
Yep. No synchronous between what was happening there and what was happening on in the table.
Well, that's the thing. Like, in order for decking to succeed, it has like stuff that happens in like the meat space or like the real world has to affect whatever's in the Matrix, and whatever's in the Matrix needs to affect whatever's on like in the real world. Because if you can pull them apart, then you might as well just like give people like different games, like
right.
So
that's the classic splitting the party dilemma, right? Too. That's the big challenge.
We never did a great job of explaining kind of really how to do that. We take full responsibility for that, even with the the whole standalone virtual realities book. It really needed to spend more time saying, okay, how do you do this?
that is something that still comes up nowadays, like whenever like I play Shadowrun or like anything that has like decking as a thing. Like a lot of people have told me either don't play Dicker, or like if you play Dicker, you're just gonna tag along in the role play, and then like we're all gonna go for pizza, and then you can do the decking part. But
As someone who has run a Cyberpunk 2020 data fortress, which is honestly Shadowrun, classic Shadowrun's decking is much more simplified than Cyberpunk's net. A lot of that is urban legend. It took all of 15 minutes for the data fort to be broken over the netrunner's knee.
Right, but like that depends on system mastery of the players and like the GMs. If the GM is going to build like a 24 node like a matrix network for you to like invade with like ice and like cyber combat everywhere, that's going to take a lot of time, especially if you're looking up rules like every other like turn.
And it turned out to be a dungeon crawl, right? It was a mini dungeon crawl, whereas the later versions in Matrix, it was more system operations. Like it was much easier in the later versions.
Well,
it was more abstract.
Yep.
They're constantly trying to reimagine and trying to figure it out, but so far they seem to have failed just about at every edition. At least to make it in a way that people can digest easily.
Yep.
There's a focus. With Matrix, and this is something I've tried to make work in my games for a long time, and I've kind of got it to work from time to time, depending on players. But it's kind of there is a focus on making rules about the Matrix that make sense at the expense of explaining what's going on in the Matrix. Like, for example, like there's no Matrix version of Dante's Inferno, right? Like where Shadowlands is there. Shadowlands BBS is a thing, but like what's on the Matrix? Where would you go on the Matrix that isn't breaking into a corp? There's not a lot there. There's not a lot of fleshed out details, but we have lots of rules about how to use the Matrix. I feel like there's really the thing that's challenging for the Matrix is more that there's plenty of rules to explain how to do it. What you do once you're there, that's not as clear.
All right, and the something I've noticed is like people who don't like hacking and decking and all that tend to think that like, hey, if I don't care come like I'm not going to be hackable, or if I don't do this, I'm not going to be like I'm just going to be immune to the hacker, so I don't have to worry about it. So let's just, in order to make this game easier to play, let's just no one play a decker and no one takes any of these things that are hackable. But that doesn't like make things like what if the guy wants to play a hacker? It's like, well, because we don't do this often, let's try our best, and it just ends up failing. So like if there is like nowadays there's tons of useful things you can do online. So if there was more to do online, like hacking aside, just like the better use for the Matrix, then people want to use it more. And if people use the Matrix more, then there's more opportunity to bring in hacking and like manipulation of what they see.
I don't think that it's not there though. I mean, you go to a restaurant, the decker will try and hack hack something in order to try and get it for free. I just don't see how it's not there. And like it's ubiquitous everywhere. The way that I played it was if you wanted to use wireless, you always got like a +2 penalty. So you're basically using a satellite uplink, which caused you a +2 penalty.
Right, but like what I mean is like sure it's there and it makes sense if you get to a restaurant that you can hack their menu. But nowhere in the books does it say like, restaurants have hackable menus or like things like that. So it's on the players. The thing is like, hey, can I hack this thing? Or on the GM to say, hey, by the way, you see this. So like, maybe you could jack into this thing, or maybe you could like, hack this like,
What does it look like? What does the maker
Sprawl sites had different sized restaurants and security codes for the restaurants. You just had to have gotten sprawl sites to get that kind of vibe. I ended up culling all of sprawl sites and making a table, a quick reference table. This is like the security code for this kind of.
All of the modules had it too. Like any place you went into, at the meet, for instance, there was always like security codes or a mini matrix.
Mm-hmm. That's what I mean. When the smart move of making Matrix abstract, I felt like was that became sort of the unspoken rule. Is like, okay, this is up to the DM. You tell the GM what you want to do. The GM will tell you what's available for you how to do it. Right. And so it's less a dungeon crawl, and it's the same as if you're a street Sam. You want to throw a grenade into this room. You ask the GM, like, is there a window I can throw it through? It's not all laid out for you. It's the GM to paint that picture, to tell you how you're able to apply your skills. So I do feel like I agree with Platinum. I feel like it's all there. It's a lot of work on the GM. But
it is. It's a lot of work on the GM, but also the players. And then there's some things the GM should just not go out and tell the players. It's like, if there's a hidden camera, like the GM shouldn't be like hinting at like, hey Decker, like, why don't you like get into the Matrix and try to see cameras? There's like, are there cameras? I don't see cameras. Like, well, no, because the group failed to spot the camera because it's really well hidden. But like, hint, hint. I mean, there's some things where like, the players should just like, there should never be anything wrong with the players asking the GM. It's like, hey, can I do this wildly unexpected thing?
There was always a learning curve, right? So the first time you go in and something goes wrong, their faces are plastered everywhere. Why? Because there was a camera, and it's like, oh, I didn't realize there was a camera. The next run, they certainly realized there's a camera, and that would be the learning curve for any profession, right? You make your errors the first time, and then as your reputation grows, your abilities grow.
As someone
the answer is usually like ski masks. Like, well, the camera's going to get us ski masks, and the Decker's like, okay. That works, and that's where it goes.
Just cue Razormind and play it like it's payday.
The thing, as a someone who has never really played any like modules, I've always like just run Shadowrun out of the books, and like same thing for any of my friends. We just don't do like pre-done modules. Like it was really up to the GMs to think about, hey, I want to put cameras, and some of us did, but for the most part, like it just wasn't something that was taught to be like, hey, you should really need to think about this, even if all the rules are there. And then it also comes around with like, if the people forgot to like, to deal with the cameras and then they get plastered, then like, I know a lot of players that would just like not want to play that because like, things weren't made it out to be easy for them. As much as I hate that mentality.
All my friends were criminals. And so we always thought like criminals. Shadowrun actually like made us. I remember on the discussion boards, we were talking about how to get rid of bodies. Like, if things go down, man, Shadowrun has taught me life skills on how to survive when things are bad.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think everything that everyone is saying is correct, but we also have to understand that in not all circumstances does the Decker player get trained well. And what I mean by that is a lot of times when the GM isn't thinking expansively and the Decker tries to do something, they get told, no, you can't do that. And that becomes the default, right? I'm not going to suggest it because I can't do it.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Where the Decker really needs to not think of his deck as a combat tool, but as a multi-tool,
Mhm.
right?
And
So it's always be thinking, oh, I'm gonna hack the traffic grid so that we can escape quickly by getting all green lights. I'm gonna,
I mean,
and
I don't see why Decker is not paying attention to the airways, as in to the comm chatter between the security guards, and when he
Yep.
starts hearing some sort of spec ops guys talking about breaching and that sort of thing. It's like, well, that's time to get the hell out, because shit's coming. But like Mr. Johnson said, there's the whole surveillance thing in Shadowrun is not really common. Like, it's all there, and it has all the rules that you need to use it. But every time I played as a player, and even as a GM, never really made use of those rules, even if I kick myself nowadays because of it. But they have all the rules for the conceivability of various items, and there's the whole thing about, yeah, you can get mil spec combat armor, but if you walk around anywhere where people can see you, you're gonna set off a panic, and then they're gonna come deal with you. So you can't just do that. You have to smuggle your gear around, and then
3D printed face masks.
the GM again has to reward the player like they do in any circumstances for that, right?
Mhm.
'Cause
Yeah.
If they say things, well, I'm doing X, I'm doing Y, I'm doing Z, and it never amounts to anything, they're going to stop doing it. But if they do I'm keeping an eye on the local grid. Okay, you notice that somebody has hacked the grid and they're changing the traffic lights. Oh, where is it? What's the route? Right to you. Fuck, something's up.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I feel like GMs, you should train your players to let them know they have agency. I feel like I haven't really played the Matrix just yet, and I'll eat my words, man, if I try this and I fail completely. But I feel like I have players that don't really know Shadowrun, and so I like to let them tell me how they want to do things, and I know better than they do how it's going to be done. But if we're at a loading dock somewhere and someone says, he'll just assume there's a ladder. He'll be like, so I'm going to climb up this ladder up on top of these cargo containers. I didn't plan to have a ladder there. But then when he says that, it makes me think, well, would there be a ladder there? And it's like, well, yeah, there would be. So yes, you're able to climb up that ladder. And I feel like that's the kind of dialogue you should be having with players with the Matrix the same way, right. Where, no, the book doesn't tell you that menus can be hacked, but if you're in a restaurant and it's in 2053, you would assume that the menu is, connected to the computer in the restaurant, and the player should just be able to say, I'm going to hack the menu.
Mm-hmm. Or it's
as a
protected
GM,
by black ice.
Right. As a GM, you don't necessarily have to
KFC recipe.
Bring that down to a single role, but you have to be able to lay a path forward, saying you want to do this is where you need to go.
Well, and that's you just have a discussion with them, going, here's present me with this idea, so let's see, how can I help you get to that idea? Is it possible?
Yes, and you're right.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be the don't be the GM that goes, no.
It's collaborative storytelling. It's not. Right. It's not competing against your players, right? You're creating this story together, and you'll create these cool moments and these really crappy moments, and they'll all be memorable.
It's you don't win. You don't win at Shadowrun. You don't win at D&D. You don't win. It's not a game to win. It's
not a game to win.
It's a story.
I still think there needs to be some level of competition, not to kill the players, but in order to make things reasonably challenged for what they are. And reasonably challenged does not mean to the level of the players. It means to what you'd expect in a given place. If you want to rub KFC, you're not going to face the same opposing force as if you're trying to rob a bank or
unless you're going for the recipe.
Because then they got a special ops team waiting.
True enough.
Right.
Then you're getting brain death.
Speaking about off force,
but in those cases, the exceptions tell stories.
Right. That's
right. I was hungry, so I decided I was going to hack the local KFC and have them deliver me some chicken. But for some reason, it's a red system. What the hell?
Right. And then, like, you figure
God,
out
you're so good at this, Tom.
the gifts at the back of the KFC
Damn it.
building is a chop shop for ghouls, and they're just like feeding you the
Whatever,
rest
right?
of the
But
food.
suddenly it's a story.
Right.
KFC is people.
One of the things with decking is like, even if you got all that, ice have always seemed to be like, I want to use ice and I want it to be there and make sense, but they always seem to be an impediment for the greater playability, because, like, if you're trying to hack the menu, you just roll your dice, you either get it or you don't. But if there's ice, it's like, okay, so you get spotted by ice. So how long does it take you to deal with the ice? Well, it's going to take you a couple turns. Well, if it takes you a couple turns, then that's like, what can the other players do during that time? And, like, what happens if it takes longer than a couple turns? And, like, as you're tripping alarms and, like, fighting off these ice, like,
physical security is also going to the same place because somebody noticed him on a camera. So now physical security is trying to stop the decker from being shot when he's in the Matrix.
Well, it can be, but, like, before they get physical security on site, like, unless they really saw you on camera, like, if you know there's a camera, you're just trying to pre-hack it so the group can go through the hallway. Like, you still need to trace the decker before physical security show up. And, like, there's a bunch of things that, like, sometimes can work out, but, like, sometimes it's just... And, like, the thing with the Matrix is you can just keep piling on, like, just keep rezzing more ice. Like, you don't necessarily have to, like, like, the ice is not... it's not like you need a certain amount of bodies, right? You can just keep raising them and keep sending more, or, like, bringing in... You can, like, set off alarms and having, like, a security deckers, like, remote in to deal with things. So, like,
That's if it makes sense for the story, though, right? Like, it's whatever the story kind of dictates.
Yeah.
But
you can have that in the physical realm too. You have someone fight against Harlequin. It's like, if it makes story sense, they're just never gonna win, because why would you can't kill Harlequin.
Right. I was so salty about that.
Unless
Tom.
he wants you to think you did.
Exactly.
I guess
You're so good at this
story.
That's true.
I was salty about that. When there's no stats because you can't kill him, and I'm like, well, that's not cool.
Make it hard and then pretend he's, you killed him. Oh, look, he's back.
Yeah.
Harlequin's like, no, here are my stats. Go ahead, take your shot.
So you kill him, and then you get back to the Johnson, and to get paid, you're like, that was really hard. And then, like, Johnson pulls off his mask, and his Harlequin is there. It's like, well, thanks for, like, making this believable.
Yes, and thanks for...
I didn't feel this alive since 1587.
Immortal elves are just elves that aren't dead yet.
It's no problem that can't be solved without the proper amount of explosives.
Right.
Seriously, I mean, we made the decision for the Immortal Elves and for the Great Dragons, which was, if it's got stats, some player's gonna figure out how to defeat them. They're just gonna.
Right.
So we're not gonna give them stats.
Well, they're always trying to break the game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, legitimately, they'll figure something out. They will outsmart the system in a legal way, right? Just in a way that, like, oh crap, yeah, didn't really think about that. And if if the scale is supposed to be that steep on that end, you got to say no. It's not gonna happen. He's always got something ready. He's always one step ahead. He's got 50 defensive spells that are just hanging there waiting to do something.
He is 3,000 years old. He will have figured stuff out.
Yeah.
The real Harlequin is buried. Real Harlequin is buried in a tree in Ireland and is perfectly safe from whatever you do to this one.
That's the thing that I liked seeing that in, like, the adventures too, where it gives sort of examples of, if your players try this, and it would give you sort of a way to get around it.
Or the debugging.
It was a good guide.
Debugging this adventure kind of deal.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And we did that because we knew there was going to be so many possibilities. So there's just no way we were going to be able to think of all of the ways that somebody could approach this.
There's
but
so
also
many different
knowing
levels of GMs too, right? Like some don't need that, some do.
Yep.
Right.
And
And
sometimes, things just go south. So what do you do?
Although, after playing for 30 some odd years, it's still nice to have that, like, oh, yeah, okay. I didn't think of that.
Mm-hmm.
Can I circle back to a question about character generation?
Yeah.
You'd said originally that it was D10. What did the modifiers look like back then? Like, how did things scale? Did you have the same plus 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're just rolling a D10, or did you have like a plus 3 instead of a plus 2?
Yeah, things were stretched out a little bit more, to account for the fact that you were on a D10 scale. And I don't ask too many detailed questions because I just do not remember what the particulars were.
It was a while ago, right?
Yeah. But we just basically, because what I remember is when we went to the D6s, how we had to compress things. So I'm sure what it was is we just had it was just a little bit more expansive. Because a D10 just works the same as a D6 in terms of the mechanics, right? You just have more numbers to deal with on a single die. You still have that same plateau, right, that you have with a D6. It doesn't solve that problem. Because we didn't change how the mechanics worked. Mr. Johnson, Vampire the Masquerade uses a modified Shadowrun system. Yes, it does.
Yeah, that's because Tom.
Yeah, yes, because apparently I rewrote the Shadowrun system for them. All it did was it gave us fewer numbers to work with. I think it ended up being fine for what we were doing. So it worked out.
I like the compressed, just going back to sort of how approachable it feels. It's like a plus and minus 1 is much different than a plus minus 3 just on the page to look at, and it's important to, I guess, to remember that it was for first edition, which had a few of those sort of more cumbersome things like the initiative in phases of 7, and you guys kind of refined it for second edition from there. But I really like how it turned out with the D6.
I think it works great for D6. For a D6 system, I think it's one of the best out there.
I had to write down here, I love the specializations and concentrations and the way you guys worked that out for character creation, because you kind of feel like you're getting one over on the rules, but you're really not. You're kind of like, oh, I can't go above a skill of 6 unless, and then it just makes you feel, it just makes you kind of feel like you're getting something more out of it when you're really kind of screwing yourself if you really think about it from a general skill standpoint.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to take a Uzi 3 and have a 7, but then I get screwed using anything else. But
right. If I just put a 3 in firearms and then I go, concentration and then specialization, I have a 1 in firearms, but I have a 5, and then it's like, okay, but now your Uzi just jammed.
Right. Speaking of refinements from first edition, the image that Mr. Johnson posted in the chat reminded me of the rocket archetype conspicuously disappeared from first edition to second edition. I assume Shadow Beat just didn't sell very well.
No, I think it was something more mundane in that we had other archetypes we wanted to put in there that we thought were more useful, and you could only have so many color pages.
Who designed the archetypes? How did they come about? How did you decide on the ones that you did?
We probably got very drunk.
Fair enough.
No, I think it was a case of we thought about what are typical kinds of characters that we thought players would want to, see, to give examples of the different kinds of things in the world. So we did, we took a shot at it, and then 50,000 people played the damn game, and we realized, okay, there's a slightly different emphasis, so we needed to shift toward that for the second edition. But what is it? It's like 8 pages, I think, that pages of color.
I think it's 16, but that might be each side.
Yeah,
None.
it's some factor of 8. That's how it always worked.
Yeah, it's like page 50 or 49 to 62 or something. No,
It feels like it's 9 pages.
64.
I'm flipping through here. I'm like, this seems like 9 pages. I don't know how that can be true.
Well, see, the detective and the dwarf mercenaries get stuck to the side of the elven decker and the bodyguard, right?
Did you guys? So I think I might have asked something close to this in our last one, but was the art? Did it come first? Like for the archetypes, I know you guys created these for first edition, but did you just like get these kind of crazy drawings, then create archetypes around the art, or did you guys give them sort of bullet points of okay, we want an elven decker?
I think if what I remember is we gave them bullet points, and then sometimes we would modify based on the art.
Okay.
So
because it's so specific.
Yeah, something would come back and say, "Oh, that looks really cool. Change that."
Okay.
Right.
And it's something I wanted to just address that I feel like there's a lot of people have issue with is that a lot of the archetypes aren't legal. Like in terms of character creation, that they have a few more attribute points or they have a few more skill points. I never personally found that as a problem. Mm-hmm. I always felt like it's the same as if you had a runner that did 2 or 3 sessions, right, and then they spent some karma and now they have like 2 more attribute points. It's like not the biggest deal breaker. But is that something that you guys were aware of, or was it something that slipped through?
Yeah, I think I remember us being aware they weren't point perfect, but didn't care that much. I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't be surprised if some of it originated with changes to the rules late in the game. Because again, those color pages would have gotten printed separately than the rest of the book and then bound in. So it's very possible we had an earlier deadline for those color pages.
I see.
And then some things changed and they just didn't get updated. But I know that was a problem at times. I wouldn't be surprised if that didn't impact this.
I gotcha. That makes sense.
Yeah.
It never bothered me. Like I said, I usually try to make, if people are going to use an archetype, then try to get everyone to use an archetype. So it's kind of imbalanced. And the fact that they're all imbalanced makes it balanced, you know?
Right. Everybody, they're all imbalanced.
The fact is, if you chose the detective archetype, you're still going to get curb stomped by Street Sam that came out of standard character generation. It's just
the detective is awesome.
Hey,
I'm just saying the archetypes may be broken, but they're not. They may be illegal, but they're not broken because they're all over the place.
That's true.
Yeah,
right, but they have different specialties, right? It's the same way that like, no matter how good a Street Sam is, if he's trying to fight a water elemental out in the open ocean, he's gonna lose.
Right.
Right.
Or if someone needs to go to a rodeo, as was mentioned in the chat, the tribesman has a distinct advantage at the rodeo.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, horseback riding, man.
So question about skills, because 3rd edition went into, so much minutia of skills where things were much more specific, weapon skills. Basically, if you took firearms and armed combat, you can basically use anything and use it as a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Had you thought about breaking up skills as far as 3rd edition, as 3rd edition wound up turning out to be? How did you find that balance, and how did you decide on the different skills?
Oh, I mean, I can speak to 2nd edition. 3rd edition, you'd have to call Mike Mulvihill in and get him up on a spike to discuss that. But for 1st and 2nd edition, you got to remember Bob Trett and Paul Hume had done some game systems before this. They'd done Aftermath and Daredevils, which were very skill heavy. And I was part of a gaming group with Bob, so I had played plenty of mostly Daredevils, which was the same system as Aftermath but simplified. And I had written an adventure for Daredevils long before Shadowrun came about. But we just decided that we wanted to keep it simpler, and the kind of the concentration way was the way to keep it simpler. But we also wanted to figure out a way, which is where the skill tree came from, to allow related skills to give players abilities that they didn't have a skill for, if that sentence made any sense at all.
Right. But the skill tree,
web, right?
Yeah.
I love the skill web.
I love
Yeah.
it
That
too.
skill was
And I
I love it or
actually,
hate it.
when I was reading through this again too, and I was reading the skills chapter, that whole intro to it, I loved that. I had never noticed this, but that line about how, the skills are more being groups of closely related techniques and knowledge, as opposed to it does foster more creativity as a player. You don't feel like, oh fuck, I didn't take that skill, so I can't do that. It's more like everything's connected. You can do it. You're just going to take a penalty for it, and you use the skill web.
And it gives the players a framework to say, I may not have that skill, but how can I get there? Because someone needs to know how to do this for this adventure. And
It gives you control as a player too, or a sense of control, where you feel like you're kind of getting one over on the DM a little bit, or GM, where it's like, I'm going to figure out, he says my penalty's this. No, maybe I'm going to use this skill and see if I can actually knock one pip off here and have a -4 as opposed to -6.
It's like, oh, okay, wait, we didn't bring a medic with us. What do I need to patch these guys up, right? Like,
So
in the real life, sure, I could try to do it. It may not be pretty, or it may not work. I mean,
Yeah, and then with the exploding dice,
yeah,
it's like
There's
you
always
can do
a
it.
chance.
Yeah.
Always a chance.
So the talking about the archetypes earlier, if there were so little place for archetypes, why are there several archetypes of Decker, and then there's Elven Decker, and then there's multiple mercenaries and multiple couldn't those have been shaved off and then just kind of added ones that are actually different?
Aren't those all in the source books though? Like if there's not 10 Deckers in
There's
the main
two
rules.
Decker. There's two Deckers.
there's a few different Deckers.
It feels like
There's two
it
mercenaries.
feels like the
You got the regular
archetypes are
mercenary, you got the dwarven mercenary. It's more for, I think it's more of
flavor.
a, hey, you can, if you're going to do a metahuman, here's what you could do, right? Like, okay, so you want to play.
Show the impact of the metahuman choice.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But also to show that you could do it, right? That there was nothing that said you couldn't be an elven Decker. You could absolutely do it, so that people won't think, oh, all elves have to be mages or something like that.
Right.
They're all nocturnal vegetarians.
You can do an elf decker or a troll decker or something like that, but then you don't also need a decker, like a standalone decker. Like his archetype's already kind of covered there.
Well, that to me also broke that whole expectation of there being classes. Like the fact when I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, this is different. It's not like cleric, fighter. It's like some of these are kind of the same, but it's also showing how they're different.
Well, it's
Like, to
showing
me-
contrasts, right?
Yeah.
Like they're basically, here's what it looks like if your character comes from a corp. Here's what it looks like if your character lives on the street. Here's what it looks like if your character is an elf. Here's what it looks like if your character is a human. And then you look at all of those types and you can go, okay, I see that a human has these advantages and these disadvantages. I see that an elven Decker has some problems, has some disability or some things that don't work out as well as a human Decker, but also there are advantages of being an elven Decker. Those sorts of things you can see on the paper because they're right next to each other, as opposed to a theoretical.
Right. I
also-
would have seen them as make it as diverse as you can, so you can see elves as well, can see all meta types and with a bunch of different roles, and then when you get splat books out, then you can add extra things. If you get the matrix books, here's a bunch of different ways of building deckers, including ways to use the new rules. If you get the rigor book, well then a bunch of different ways to do rigor.
Yeah. Well, I feel like it's also a good introductory tool for new players because one of the things that you do when someone comes to Shadowrun and they don't know what Shadowrun is, you can say, so here are the types of characters you can be. And they are all different. And I think that they're actually pretty varied in with the Decker / Elven Decker being the exclusion there. Most of the archetypes are fairly different to one another. And even the Decker and the Elven Decker, I think it's kind of, you could easily look at that and go, yeah, but I could be an Orc Decker then if I can be an Elven Decker. And there you go, do it.
But they're versus a dwarf. Yeah.
Right. So this is how you teach new players what they can do. Is you look at those archetypes and you go, okay, any permutation of this plus.
Right.
And you really don't want to overwhelm your first time players or when they're doing it anyway, right? You want to keep it simple for them. Although, after you play a couple times, and it's like, okay, you guys want to continue with these characters, or would you like to make new ones, right? Or something.
So there's
like
also that
like,
whole it's just as important what's missing from the page as what's on it kind of thing, where you're kind of like, well, I'd like to play an Orc Decker, and it's not on there, and so then it's like, okay, well, I better figure out how to make this. It kind of gives you like an itch to figure it out too.
Right. But as as opposed to dedicating a whole color page to the concept, in that little blurb that explains what the shaman is, you could add commentary saying that an Orc Decker is more body, so he's tougher, or he's made of harder stuff, or give a few different examples of how you could take the concept. But this is also shaman and street shaman. They're basically the same thing with two different drawn pictures, and maybe they have those.
They have the Elven Decker has a lot less to it in terms of money. You can tell when you start looking at their gear that they're
I'm also looking
at
the street shaman and
but it also
shaman.
But it also hammers home to me. I think this is kind of where the disconnect is. It's like it's hammering home that the stats aren't as important. It's hammering home that what you like. I love that the different sides, these different sample lines that these actors have in this movie, and they're so different personalities. Yeah, they're both Deckers, but when you look at it, you could see how this person was influenced. You can kind of imagine sort of how this Elven Decker seems a little more prim and proper than the other Decker. Technically you could look at their stats, and even if they're the same, I think what's cool about this is that the fluff written is really what shows you the difference between them. You know what I mean? It's kind of what this whole character creation thing is supposed to try to drive home, is the stats aren't as important as who this person is.
Well, I think the stats not being important or being important, that's very much a theory of RPGs as a whole thing, and you get people that will disagree vehemently, and they'll try and min-max their character but that's just how they want to play the game. And that's
true.
It's harder to do with this system though than to min-max.
Yep. I think this is a good time.
If I
can, a good topic.
Sorry, there was a side conversation in the text chat about why you use the skill webs versus a the GURPS default system, and I made the comment and I hold to that I would have to find my GURPS rules to remind myself what I did with it, how that worked. But one of the things the skill web did is it let you get to different skills in odd and different ways, right? So you could, you weren't locking one thing to another. If you could trace a path, you could give it a shot. You can, you can get to leadership from intelligence. Good luck, but you can get there, right?
Right.
Same thing. You can get to leadership from psychology. It's a 3-dot move to get there. So you can do it, but it's easy. It's a little bit easier if you go off raw charisma.
Mm-hmm.
So there's lots of different ways to get to it, and that's kind of the idea that we were trying to get to. Is it perfect? God, no. The build repair don't work in some cases. Quickness getting you to firearms build repair. but there was a version of the skill web that was way more complicated that we stepped away from.
If you field strip that gun enough times, quickness does the job.
That's true.
That's a simple repair, right? That's I got to clear the jam or something like that.
Right. You're not gonna.
It's just doing basic
You're
maintenance.
not going to rebore it.
Yeah.
Right.
So to me-
the barrel
And to me, that really, it makes you not worry. So like, it kind of goes back to what I was saying. Like, it makes you not worry about what skills you have. It makes you think about, what do I want to do?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that skill web is just there. That's what you look at.
And you're not limited by your profession either.
Yeah.
Then again, like
But you can make decisions like, I have a really high quickness. I'm just going to default for unarmed combat and not worry about it.
Right.
I had players with at least I have in the past had players with vehicle skill realize that they have like 1 or 2 points of the vehicle skill, but their reaction is 5, and even though it's a +4 target number, maybe they're better off just rolling reaction against that 9 instead of the 2 dice against the 5. Yeah.
Right.
That kind of creative
exactly.
thought. That kind of creative thought where the player's like, actually, you know what? I'm just going to intuit this. I'm going to use reaction.
Right. I got 10 dice here. Target number will be 8. Or I've got 2 dice over here. Target number is going to be, 4.
As long as it doesn't take too long. If you're like, going down and doing like, trig and heavy math, like differential equation math to figure out where you're going to end up, is like, okay, man, just
That's why
I'm really fast at trig. Yeah, I love the skill web personally, but I understand why some people. I could see someone also brought up, we were talking about it, that it is kind of daunting to a new player to look at it and go, whoa, what the hell? I could admit that, but once you play it once or twice, you realize, oh, this is actually really cool. And like you said, Tom, it's like it gives me some feeling of control of how I want to do something. It's almost like dice pool, or how the combat pool or something, where it's like, I kind of feel like I can decide how this goes.
Like, over the years, has anyone like made any house rules or like rejigged some of the skill web at all, or has it pretty much been stable?
Oh, I know I've seen variations of it. Don't ask me what they were, but I know I've seen them. I remember seeing one that was on an 11 by 14 that somebody had rolled up and showed to me at a convention, and it was like, oh,
I've seen people do.
That's super complete.
I definitely used the modified one in Companion versus the one that was in the source main book.
Yeah. I've seen more of that for 3rd edition. Like, I've seen a couple of really involved, because there wasn't a skill web per se in 3rd edition. So I've seen people whip up, alternate skill webs for 3, but I haven't seen as many for 2.
Did the one in the companion
skill web carried over, man?
Did the one in the companion increase in complexity or decrease? Or is it just a 2.0 version of the skill web?
Sorry, say that again. I lost part of that.
The skill web that's in the companion for 2nd edition, is it more complex or less complex?
I think it has a few more options on it, right? Like enchanting and stuff like that.
Some things are closer together too. Like, some things cross fewer dots between steps and some cross more. There was some of that shuffled around too.
So is it like a 2.0 version or something?
It was on 2nd edition skill web.
Here's in the companion. So the first one's in the main rules, and then later there's like an update that had a bunch of additional optional rules that you could bring into your game. And
Companion's usually a little more makes things a little more
The one
complicated.
from the companion is meant to replace the one from the core book.
to give you an alternative, you can use either
if you
one.
want. Right. Kind of like the point buy system Platinum was talking about. Like, there's just different ways to do things if you want to do them at your table. I got a DM screen, the 2nd edition GM screen, and someone had filled in a bunch of pips, like written their own on it. And I'm guessing it's from like other source books or something. They have like enchanting on here and a few other things, and they
That comes out of Awakenings. There's Awakenings, and Grimoire added a couple of new skills for magic that added to the grid.
Interesting.
So what archetype are you, Tom? And which one are you drawn to the most?
Oh, good question. Good Lord.
Come on, that's why the detective's in there.
Yeah.
Burnt out mage.
Not the bodyguard?
Former company man.
No, I would probably one of the mages. Just because I think there's a lot of I'm gonna say it this way. I don't know if it'll make any sense. There's a lot of uncertainty, in that you kind of don't know how it's gonna go. So it requires a little more creativity as a player.
So between mages and shamans, which one would you take?
Depends on the game master.
It's a common theme tonight.
Is that is that something that because the shaman requires a better special touch from the game master, or is that the mage that requires the special touch?
I think it's the shaman requires a particularly a more creative game master, so that it doesn't become just,
Pokemon.
Yes. Thank you. I was going to go in a different direction, but Pokemon. I call on bear.
What do you got against Pokemon, Tom? I will say, reading through these archetypes, I saw the street mage, and I was delighted to read the line, "You prostitute the magic." That got me. I just started I loved it. I was like, nice.
100% Paul Hume.
Man.
Reading about like the shaman in second edition really makes me miss that, because I only played like more recent editions of Shadowrun, and the shamans then are just discount different flavored of mages.
Yep.
So they've never really meant anything to me, but reading about this now and in these earlier editions, it's not just oh, I'm a shaman. Which totem are you? And how does this affect your worldview? And you don't just become a mage and go I'm gonna pick a totem. The totem seeks you out and go yeah, you're gonna become my shaman.
Always thought the totem should be scary, right? Because there's just this huge amount of power. We're talking about mini gods.
Right.
So you should be tiptoeing all the damn time, even if you're a faithful, whatever. It's it's Dog. He's, super faithful. He's going to be, but think about what that is.
Billy rubs.
Right.
And you always got to keep in mind that sometimes what you think they might like isn't actually what they would like. One of the best bits in Shadowrun Dragonfall is when Dietrich tells Dragonslayer to shove it, and Dragonslayer is so impressed by the guts that he gives him an extra power.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They don't
They're
think
not human
like people do.
Yeah, they're alien concepts that are kind of just thematic.
Mm-hmm.
Or alien entities that follow a thematic concept. So they're
Well, I mean, you can go in that direction, right? You can say they're completely alien, or they're completely, collective unconscious kind of manifestations.
That's where some of the alienness comes from, right? Because they're not they don't think like human beings, or what we would think of. They're just weird and mysterious.
And do they shift as society shifts?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that I think is a lot of fun about spirits in Shadowrun, is the fact that there isn't really a solid answer as to what they are. Mm-hmm. How did they get there? Where did they come from? Do they come from anywhere? Did you create the spirit when you summoned it up, or was it waiting for you? Mm-hmm. All that stuff is constantly depending on what kind of, whether you're a shaman or a mage, and what kind of mage you are, that determines whether you believe one way or the other. But there's no hard answer as to which one of those things is actually true.
Right. And it pushes the whole concept of magic is something no one really fully understands.
You don't really understand what you're using here.
Right.
Yeah.
So you summon a spirit in, and it's kind of like you're sort of sweating. Like, I hope this goes well. I'm going to try to, harness this thing, but I don't know exactly what its motives are, or, it just adds for so much cool role play opportunities.
One thing I wanted to get a shout out in here about is the 20 questions, though. Also, like, we kind of danced around all those pages, but I've never played another game that does like the character clarification question section in character creation so well.
Well,
Like,
this is another example of steal from the best. Hey?
Who did you guys steal that one from?
We lose him?
I think he said, "Hang on."
Sorry, I
He's grabbing.
wanted to get the name of it right. It's from a book called The Art of Dramatic Writing, and it's about writing plays. And it's by a guy named Lajos Egri.
I think that's actually written in here somewhere.
It may be.
I think it's in here.
Was I that upfront about where I stole it?
I think you were.
Because there are a lot of games that have like their sort of version of the 20 questions, but the way that they're presented, the way they're broken down in Shadowrun, just like it fits with the setting. It makes you ask questions about like the world that you wouldn't otherwise ask in a way that's like some of the questions are literally that question doesn't mean anything outside of Shadowrun.
Yeah, and I definitely adapted it. I don't see it. Maybe it was first edition. But that's, specifically the questions of, are there certain things the character just cannot do? Right? Those are directly from Lajos. But yeah, that's completely where I stole that.
While there, like after I discovered Shadowrun, I used those 20 questions in every other role-playing game that I played. I'd be like, we're making a character, you're going to answer these 20 questions. Let's flip open our Shadowrun book.
Turn to chapter 6 of verse 13.
And it was also one of those things. I was really sad when they didn't appear in the next edition, because I was like, because they're not in the third edition, and I felt the loss there.
Yep, that's one of the things that came directly from my having been a film student. Because the book that I'm holding is from when I was in college, and that's where it came from.
So,
I figured you were a film student. I see some of your tweets. So I'm like, this guy knows. This guy knows.
Yeah.
Well, even there it says,
so this.
Will we ever see like an animated version, animated or live acted film or something of Shadowrun?
Right.
It would be awesome.
You working on that, Tom?
I'm working on that. Yeah, I'm raising the funds.
Give it to Amazon. They'll
it was bright.
Oh, get away.
It was pretty good.
Bright
man.
is a good example of when you don't think through it.
What do you mean by that?
Well, for example, orcs.
I can watch that.
Yep.
Tell me what orcs are like in Bright.
They just basically tattooed people with ears.
They're LA gangs.
That's true. Yeah.
Now think that through.
We only saw one aspect of it. There could be way more in that, right?
Yeah, and
They didn't show us anything, but
were the toward the Beverly Hills.
Just completely falls apart because they had the divergence point, the awakening, or the difference happened so far back, and yet everything else is still the same. They're still they refer to the Alamo and all this stuff. All of human history seems to still be the same.
That was exactly the next point
Tom was talking about last time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they still had the their initial thing with the whole war against darkness, that was
of years ago.
Yeah. Also, it might not just because I'm not from LA, but I don't really the orcs and Bright did things like the whole blooded orcs blooded orcs thing. I don't seem to think that's really like a gang thing. Like I can see gangs wanting to
The fact that they
like
went the lazy route and made the trappings of
the
the
trappings
orcs,
maybe.
LA gang culture. Just
There were literally no orc deckers in Bright.
there aren't.
There are no Deckers in Bright. Like point
Season 2.
is like
Definitely no orc deckers.
Season 2.
if Shadowrun is like a like cyberpunk with magic, Bright is Shadowrun without decking. So like they don't have any deckers, they don't have any
Cyberware,
like riggers, like the whole like technology
There's no
aspect of it.
cyber.
Yeah,
There were no cybernetics even. It wasn't far enough in the future, really.
Right. It was let's bring orcs and elves to modern day.
It's urban fantasy instead of sci-fi.
Right, exactly. Yes.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
urban
but
fantasy.
like
Exactly.
even like the modern day example of a hacker, they don't have those in like Bright. Like technology is like pretty low key. Yeah, there's magic. That's about it. Like so yeah. Like
So,
Shadowrun would require like cybernetics, would require magic, and it would require decking, and like hopefully rigging as well.
So I was wondering,
If you're doing an animated show, you'd have to do it something on the scale of the cyberpunk animated show,
Mhm.
which very successful, insanely expensive, and even though very successful, not going to have a second season because it was too expensive.
Thought they were talking about having a second season.
No, they've said they're not going to do it.
Studio Trigger charges premium rates.
Mm,
Yep, and you compare
Well-
that against the studio that did Arcane, but they're a part owner in that show, so they're going to do another season,
mhm.
which comes out in November. In case anybody's curious.
Nice.
Arcane. I think I watched that one.
Oh,
But,
you,
like-
you need to see Arcane. It's
Alright. Is that
It-
Netflix?
yeah, it's
Yes.
phenomenal.
I do not
Oh,
know how the
is that
writers
animated or live action?
It's
animated. I
Animated.
don't know how they managed to make one of the greatest Western animated shows of the decade out of one of the most toxic, cancerous pieces of software this side of a Trojan virus.
Yep.
Arcane is not like free of criticism.
What did they
It's a good
use?
show, but it's like
It's Riot Games. It's League.
it's like
Oh God. Oh, okay.
But they recast the background, right? They just kind of
Yeah.
took elements and pieces of the background and made one bigger cohesive thing that is emotionally brutal.
If you want to see
Huh.
some technical masters at work, then yeah. I haven't even watched most of it, but I've caught some of it. It's something to see.
Yeah, no,
we'll have to
Arcane's
check it
really
out.
well done. Like I said, it still has like its fair shares of things that I felt they should have done better, but overall, it's a good show. But like, aside from like someone like Netflix or Amazon just buying your show, I don't know how you'd like monetize that. Like,
Merchandising, where the real money from the movie is made.
No,
So-
no, no,
Like
no,
the
no, you say it
Spaceballs.
like merchandising.
how'd you
I've got
get
a question.
how'd you get a merchandising contract? Like before you have a show, like
It's
you
the eternal chicken and the egg, right? I mean,
Right.
yeah.
it's how do you get
That-
how do you get a season 2? You have a successful season 1.
Right. And you already come like with the what did she say? The Critical Role. They're doing
Right.
their
Yep.
They're getting their Mighty Nine
It's like
season.
it takes
4
money to make money.
next-
Yeah.
Right.
Gene Wilder
Coming-
passed. You're not going to sell too many more Wonka bars. I'm sorry.
But like at the very least, like more fiction and like media in like of an IP gets its name out there. People like video games, like movies, like even like short films, like anything to get people to think about it so that it draws up an interest. Like even if it's book or comic books, like
I had hoped the Shadowrun Harebrained Schemes games would get somebody to bite on something bigger after that license expired.
I thought so too.
I felt like it was.
I was surprised
but they kind of like failed to like actually like pick it up and like give it a second.
Well, they don't own the license.
No,
right?
no. Like, I felt that like the time for which like they should have like caught like like rode the tails of the harebrained games into making something bigger has since passed. But I thought that they should have done something there. And the only thing that came out
for it, they're not a big company. That's why I was hoping somebody else would.
Right, someone else. But like,
that's what I was surprised about with Cyberpunk.
But I have no idea if anybody ever approached good old Michael Eisner and his crew and asked about it. They may very well have, and he just fucking priced it out. Actually, I mean, the video games would have been to Microsoft. Microsoft may have, Microsoft may have said no. Eisner controls the TV and film rights.
Right. The only thing that came out within that time frame that made me feel like there was maybe going to be something was Lockdown Boston, and that just failed.
Oh man, yeah, that was brutal. But it's what was surprising to me was seeing Cyberpunk, which I felt like was much less talked about than Shadowrun, especially after the harebrained schemes, and then CD Projekt Red take that on. It's like you said, that's a huge studio,
right?
That catapulted that game out of basically no one was talking about it to now everyone's talking about it.
Cyberpunk feels like, or at least CD Projekt Red feels like they did it out of passion. Like they didn't do it just because they knew they'd make money. They did it because like they really liked the IP, and like that's also why
they were able to leverage it, to the next level, and they self-financed it for all intents and purposes.
Right.
I mean,
and even after when it failed, they didn't just leave it be. They they did what they could to bring it back.
I'm just surprised that some tech bro somewhere that's a billionaire isn't a Shadowrun fan. That just doesn't want to see.
Be careful.
True. Fair.
Right.
Why can't Shadowrun get bought by the corpse? Come on.
Hey, what was it called? MindLink? Really?
You're telling me? You're telling me what's his name? Facebook isn't a fan of Shadowrun? Come on, the meta universe.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's just something else. But like, Elon Musk's MetaLink just screams cyberpunk to me.
Right.
It's plugging your computer plugging your brain into a computer. It's like, yeah.
That's true. None of those guys are Shadowrun fans, so they would never have pursued what they pursue.
Elon Musk keeps on taking ideas from Ian Banks, which just politically they're so far apart. It always like the neural lace stuff, but like
he doesn't take ideas from anybody. He buys companies that have ideas.
Yep.
Really, I mean, if Chris Roberts can start installing decks into his spaceships that we bought 10 years ago, we're set.
Exactly.
He needs to actually ship his game first. Sorry.
Diabolic and I are backers on that. We're
still waiting.
Let's just say our patience is running thin. But it's a pretty beautiful game, but it needs a ship.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, we always, when I was making video games, we used to joke that you never finished a game, someone took it from you. And there isn't anybody who can take it from him. So he will never finish it.
It's true. He's got to step away from the canvas.
Mm-hmm.
But like the thing with an RPG game is that like we can share it around. Let's say we make a new splat book for like an edition, new adventure for like an edition of like Shadowrun, like second edition. It's gonna get shared around in the community, but it's not gonna have all that much outreach to people outside. If you put out like a short video, like even if it's like a short film or a a comic book or something, even if it's not like Shadowrun per se, like you're gonna drum up interest in that type of stuff, and then someone with money will come around and see how well it does and goes like, hey, this is the good time for me to like push a movie that seems to be popular. No one else is doing this right now, so let's make this happen.
Yep.
Well, there's a podcast that was nominated for an Emmy, and
yes.
we're really, and it's really doing a lot of drumming up excitement for the franchise. Just saying.
Too bad those
Yes.
awards don't actually mean anything.
I've handled.
You take that back.
I've listened to some of that podcast, and it's like, it's okay. I do enjoy your thing. I do enjoy your work.
Oh, hey.
Fortunately,
I'm talking about. Yeah, I guess I am talking about me.
unfortunately, you didn't put any deckers in there, so like,
One of the well,
Phenomenal job.
What's that?
I said you do a phenomenal job of getting the feel across.
Oh, wow.
he does. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I'll
why I
be
came back
RB. I
to
just gotta go
Shadowrun.
die right now. I got a compliment from Tom
it's
Dowd on.
Why do you think that's what got me back in the Shadowrun, Ben? Was you get picking up Fohawk from picking up the show and it's like, yeah, and then
Well, So what we're all saying is that Shadowrun's about to explode into popularity, thanks to me.
correct. So you better get on the
Right.
merchandising and licensing.
That's
for
true.
the,
I got to figure out fucking
TV
Patreon or
show, for
something.
the TV show.
Right. I got to figure out how to make any money doing what I'm doing. To
Now that the
t-shirts,
awards
make
are
sure.
rolling in, the money comes right after, right?
Yeah, that's true.
get us some
That's true.
faux hawk t-shirts.
Unfortunately, the reality is with the rights fragmented, it's going to be
Probably.
very, very hard for anybody to take interest in it because they're not going to be able to leverage it
To the full extent.
across multiple
Well-
revenue streams.
And I'm even seeing it just in terms of, I mean, unfortunately, and not to get too far off topic, but unfortunately, the fan base is very fragmented too in terms of like editions. You see, I mean, if you're on Reddit, you can see so many people coming in from playing the Harebrained Scheme games going, which edition? And like no one can agree on which one. And so it is a tough franchise right now.
Yeah,
It's interesting too because like what other game than Shadowrun does anyone ask what edition to play?
Yeah.
Like if you go see the D&D movie and you're like so excited to learn how to play Dungeons and Dragons because you were under a rock and you've never heard of D&D before, you come out, you find whatever the current version is and you play it. You do that with every other role-playing game, but for some reason Shadowrun, you roll up into Shadowrun and the first thing you got to ask is there are like 6 editions, which one is right for me? And
I don't know. Earth Dawn. Oh wait.
that slams if you're a new player, you're slamming into a wall there because there's no good answer.
Well,
You can't just go get 6th edition Shadowrun and get what you saw in the Harebrained Schemes game. It's a completely different world.
there's some
In
of
a way,
that.
there's kind of I mean, it's funny if you spin it, there's a benefit to that too.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's like you want wireless Matrix. Well, we've got 3 editions that do that. I mean, 3rd edition did it too, but you know, I think what's been tough for me, because I've been sort of a self-proclaimed 2nd edition evangelist, and I feel like what's tough for me is like it seems like people that played 3rd edition and not played anything before that feel like there's no need to go back.
Yeah.
You know, there's like this narrative that like, I don't know, that, you know, I've played Shadowrun since 1997 and I've basically played all of them, but they haven't played 2nd edition. And they're like, it's always been hard. It's always been complicated. There's no way to simplify this. And 2nd edition's sitting right there. I'm like, it is easier. It's simpler.
Yeah. I think it's almost like we have 6 different games.
Yeah.
In a way that other games don't do it. Like Shadowrun each edition of Shadowrun has such a unique personality.
Yeah.
As a game that like it's hard to figure out which one to play because they're completely different games. All of them are different enough that they're a completely different experience.
Right.
The
I
point
think
where
some of that actually comes from the deliberate decision to make each of the different realms, so astral, physical, and Matrix, completely different. So you have like 3 mini games in there instead of just like one simplified set of rules across the whole thing. So that might add to it a little bit.
before we move off, speaking about pushing 2nd edition, this is the point where I've got to say that, like, and I've talked to like Phil Hawk about doing this before, but like there's this like really good article about like that lists the pros and cons for every edition. Every edition has this champion like article that says like, hey, this is what you should play this edition, except for second edition. And I've been trying to get someone to do that because like I'm not a second edition like fan. Like I like talking about it and stuff, and I might want to play at some point, but I wouldn't do it justice if I were to like write something up. I'd be like, this is the second edition of Shadowrun. I used to have this quirky like skill web. And like it came before third, came after first. Like you need someone who's passionate about it, who can like really list why this is the edition to play. And like,
what more do you need to know? It had a skill web. It came after second and before third.
Like
that's it.
Penultimate right there.
You got things.
I don't know if like Phil Hawk, who seems to be like really evangelizing about this, or like anyone else in this book club will like put time together to like write this, but like it just needs to be done. Like
you gotta play.
I definitely have the.
If you're not playing it, you're missing.
Yeah, I definitely have the passion. I don't know. I have not played enough of it in terms of like late game, or I feel like all the other write-ups are these people that have played it for decades and they know it inside and out. And that's not me. But
the other option is to write it as a group.
You know as much as they do about their editions. That's impossible.
Well, I'm thinking about maybe just writing something so that it spurs someone who definitely knows more than me to finally write something and knock me off the pedestal. Like just make myself a target.
But yeah, it's like also like what prevents you from writing like a draft of passing it around the book club? Maybe like Tom Dowd has something to say about it, and then like working at it as like a group is maybe just not one person. Like if we all,
I mean, we would win by default if I could quote Tom Dowd in my write up for 2E. I think we win.
Yeah,
I was gonna do it, but there's so much vitriol, like on the things that I like about 2E. Other people are just like unequivocally no, and I've had like the door slammed in my face, or the same argument again and again and again. You just get sick of it, and so you don't want to explain it because either it's a Jeep thing. Either you get it or you don't.
Right. Yeah. You don't want to scare people off from the edition because you're really like into this like one tiny aspect of it.
And this is stream in spreadsheets, and I think other people are intellectually lazy. That's why they don't.
Spreadsheets are awesome. I don't get what anyone is afraid of them.
This is why it wants to be done, though, because this is a second edition, in my opinion, is a very, very good edition of Shadowrun. It has a lot of things going for it that none of the other editions do. And if you're new to the game, you want to learn Shadowrun, you should have a good sense that this is something you could grab and pick up and run with. So
yeah,
even if like it leaves you with like this is not much, like at least it's like, hey, this edition does like these handful of things good. So like if let's say you try 5th edition, because apparently that's like whenever like I hear people talking about that, there's like, oh, this edition does this thing, this edition does this thing, and the people that have been evangelizing 5th edition are just like, play 5th because it's popular. Be like, yeah, but why is it popular? What does it do that's good? It's popular. It's like that doesn't
play 5e.
It has Chummer basically,
right?
Good because it's good.
So does 4E have Tremor, and like 6E has its own thing that does the same thing. And like I'm sure we could get like a bunch of people together to do something similar for like other editions. It's not like There's
also like a lot of and I'll admit this too. There's misinformation. I even thought this too. Whereas like 3rd edition, I think people incorrectly assume 3rd edition is the cleanup version of 2nd, when really that's what 2nd is for 1st. But 3rd is completely different. I mean, it's similar. There's a lot of similarities there.
I think a lot of the argument for 5th edition, because it's popular, comes from people who are looking for a group, right? Like if you learn and decide to play 5th edition, statistically, you feel like, okay, if I choose the popular one, then I'll find other people to play with. And because this is a challenge I run into as a guy who runs 2nd edition, is that like, if I want to play this game, I have to GM it because no one else is going to step up and do that.
Well, so GMing something is like harder because like, if you told me like we're gonna be playing Shadowrun tonight, just like show you how to make a character, do a character, and we're playing Shadowrun. Sure, like I'm sure I can do that. Like I might not be great at it, but like I can like fumble through. If you're telling me I'm gonna be running Shadowrun second edition tonight, I'd be like I don't even know where to start. So
I was running Shadowrun games about 3 or 4 sessions in. It just, to me, it makes total sense. Everything just made sense. It was so easy and fast and deadly. Like it just
right, but like
it's also kind of going back to bringing it all the way back to the priority system and my comment about I wish Netflix was like this. It's the culture or just the way we do things now. It's like, what's the best? Like I come in and I go, I want to play Shadowrun. All right, everybody, tell me what's the best one to do. There's no, and no one can agree on that.
There
and
isn't
I think
really, yeah.
Right, and what's tough is it's like, I don't know. It's just it's the way people experience things now. You need enough people to have made some sort of unanimous decision.
Right. But like at the same time, like I don't care which edition of like Shadowrun I play. Like, the only edition that I really don't like is 5th. But like if I really wanted to play Shadowrun and like, a buddy of mine or like, someone in the internet invited me to play like in their campaign, we're starting something up, like I wouldn't like what edition are we playing? And then if they're like, oh, we're playing 5th, I'd be like, okay, well, I don't know this edition. I don't particularly like it, but I'm willing to try because like, hey, why not? But like you're gonna have
that takes a leap though. That takes that leap.
You're gonna have to teach me how to play and like get me like help me learn the ropes, sort of thing. But like, it doesn't matter if the players know what they're doing or not. It matters a whole lot if like the GM knows what he's doing or not.
Yeah,
like,
but if you don't have a GM,
barrier too, and another barrier is there's no fillable PDFs, right? So
I made one.
Yeah.
It's not a barrier at my table because we printed them all out on paper anyway.
Yeah.
But no, you bring up a good point. The resources, right? The online resources people use for most editions, 2E doesn't usually have. And I feel like we've all kind of, that's what's been great about this server is I feel like I've been able to find people like you and other people that are like these 2E hardcore fans that are building their own tools to use it, but it's like not accessible to most people. If you Google Shadowrun actual play, the 5e, streams come up from like whatever that's called.
Well, there was
a show was called.
There was a Chummer-like program for 2nd edition, but I have yet to get a virtual machine up and run it.
I have the program because I've had it for years, but it only runs on like an old version of Windows 95. So I don't know what you're gonna do with that.
Well, I did notice that like Roll20 now has 2E character sheet, which is nice. But I haven't played it yet.
I got to make the YouTube videos. I got to do that. I got to show people where this stuff is.
Yep. You got a podcast. You should leverage that.
The more.
Oh yeah.
The more like people play, like it's one thing to want to play a long game and like do things, but like the more different people play the edition and like get positive experience out of it, the more they're gonna want to play, and like especially if you hand them the tools to like third party stuff, especially right now because like the fan base is kind of really angry at D&D, so like now's the time to say like, hey, come play this game.
Make weather. It's hot.
Well, it's just sad. I went through this too. It's just sad when you come into Shadowrun because I'm a lifelong fan, but I hadn't played the tabletop. I hadn't played any tabletops really. And then when I came to this, it was like immediately all you see is Shadowrun's hard. It's so hard. You might as well not even try to run the system. Try to, mod it from some other simpler system. And then you go down this whole rabbit hole of like, okay, well, which one? You see it on Reddit every day. Someone going, Blades in the Dark or, Sprawl Runners or whatever. And then you're like, I realized at a certain point, I was like, what the hell am I doing? I'm working harder to get around work than if I just learned a system. And then someone wisely turned me on to 2nd edition. They were like, no one tells anyone this, but this is like really the like tightest core rulebook.
It just
Like in
makes
terms
sense.
it's lean.
Every world situation really can be fit into it so easy. And I remember talking with friends. It's like, I wonder if we made these kind of priorities and life choices before we were born. And like here's the trade-offs that we made. It just really is intuitive.
Yeah. And it's a game. It's a game that you can actually. So there's Shadowrunners, which is like the default scenario, but it's very easy in Shadowrun to take. Especially with second edition, to just be like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to play a dock wagon extraction team. Everybody make a different type of dock wagon medic and we'll go. That's
right.
Yeah.
Or like they cooperate like problem fixer, like special tactics division.
Special
like
teams.
My game that I'm running right now, where I was just like, everybody's a refugee in Bug City, go. And that was,
right.
And it works fine. Like the game is able to handle a survival horror, essentially a survival horror a scenario just as readily as it handles like corporate espionage or whatever else kinds of games you're running it in.
Right.
It's very flexible system. It fits all different types of storytelling, or at least a lot.
Actually, running a Fallout game in Shadowrun in the next couple of weeks. And
that's awesome.
And all I'm gonna how there's edges and flaws, those are gonna be perks that you can spend karma on. So I'm actually in the process of doing that.
I just find it so hilarious, like that all these lighter systems, quote unquote, that they're trying to port into being Shadowrun are more. What they're trying to get is the more abstract rules, right? And that's what like kind of grinds my gears is it's like second edition is that it's before you started getting into, breaking all the skills out into super more specific things and making things, much more, molecular. It's like there are these kind of.
What do you mean
vague...
I can handle an assault rifle but can't figure out a deer rifle?
Right. It's like there's rules for that here. And it's kind of like going to what you're saying, Ghost. It's like what we were talking about earlier about like the Matrix and the GM. It's like, the answer is yes. And right. And Shadowrun second edition, I feel like really supports that. Whereas in other editions, it's sort of like more like, well, no, you didn't build your character for that. You can't do that.
The dreaded yes, but words
right.
Yeah. But it's got to make. I mean, to some extent, it's got to make somewhat of a sense, right? Like you can't.
Cinder has a really good comment. Shadowrun second edition is missing a really comprehensive good index across all books, right? Like, where do you find this book and where do you find magic and enhanced magic? Like alternate kind of stuff. And I thought I saw one that Girth did back in like 98. I'm pretty sure there is one, but I've got to dig it up.
There's a Girth one, but it doesn't encompass newer editions. It dead ends in early third.
Yeah, but for second, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, like it is probably like hopeful wishing, but like once a edition like ends, no more books are gonna get put out. I really appreciate getting those kind of like coverall reference books. Like one of my favorite books from 3.5 D&D is this like spell compendium. All it is this book that contains all the spells released across all the books. It's just like a big encyclopedia of spells. Like, you can't put something like that out until the end of the edition because otherwise it's going to be obsolete. But like, as a nice tie up for like an edition that's otherwise solid, that's like a godsend.
Yeah.
You know what I think? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
So one of the things I do remember about the 90s as well was there was a lot of excitement and sharing of ideas, and then people would create resources. So I got to work with Ancient History. Does anybody remember Robbie Derry? Bob Derry?
No.
He went by Ancient History, and if you go look in like old archives, he was absolutely everywhere. And
is he the guy whose work is archived on Dan Volodar's site?
Yeah, it's all over the place. Yeah, ancient. There you go. Maybe it's on Dan Voladar's. It's in a couple different places, but he created like this tax system, and basically it was the point system, and what he had was pre-bought points. So if you want a magic, someone that's magic, boom, you take out of the point build system 75 points, and then here's your magic setup. And it's like, here's your magic corporate setup, and then it's your skill sets. You could pick whatever skill set you wanted. So it would be a piano, a classically trained magician, or you could do like a shaman, and they would have different small subsets. And basically, you just kind of like Lego blocks with like pre-fit walls, build this house kind of deal. And so there was a lot of energy around the community, and I think if we wanted energy to come back to an older edition, you need to get a community project.
I mean, depending on what people are really willing and capable of doing. I mean, I'm sure in this, like, considering it's like cyberpunk, there's bound to be people like that have coding skills. I mean, I can kind of code on the side, but like I just don't have the time to do it like a full project. But like you can clomber something together, like if you get motivated people, and then we could get a like 2E chummer. It doesn't sound like it's that difficult.
We could always ask. See if Cyber Smiley is willing to offer some tips. He's got this big character creation thing for Cyberpunk, and he's one of the originals.
The real challenge for building a program like that is not the program itself. The program itself is pretty straightforward. The real challenge is the data entry.
Yeah.
It's like getting those data files with all of the equipment in them and the equipment stats correct, and making sure that everything is...
But all of that is something that can be like...
That's the hard part. The program is nothing.
Like, you can divide that up. Like, you can like you take a book, let's say has like 100 tables, like 100 pages of like items. You figure out the format you want it in, you make it like a basic like spreadsheet format, and then you give like 10 people like 10 pages to do. Like depending on how motivated they are, it might take a couple days, but then you can like with those 10 people doing like labor that doesn't require like a skill set.
Yeah.
You can build something together, and then you extract that from the spreadsheet into like an XML format or a format, whatever format you prefer to use.
Yeah,
and push
probably SQLite is the most practical, but yeah, it's one of those things. I've looked at doing this as a project before, and just like I get started looking at laying out like what it's going to need and the pieces it need to put it together, and then I look at like putting that gear into a data file, and I'm like, I ain't got that kind of time, and I walk away. It happens, like every couple of years. I think I'm going to do it, and then I get that far, and I'm like, yeah.
Before
That's why you need a team.
Yeah, before you even like start putting gear like into a file, you need to figure out what format you want this in. What are all the data fields?
What are the columns? What are the columns? What are the value? What sorts of values will show up in a column? Is it a string? Is it a number? Is it a float? All that stuff. Yeah.
So once you
can I ask what is the draw to chummer? Like to me, I don't see it as something that's particularly like unless it's like randomizing creating characters, but like is it just
keeps track
like
of
a fillable PDF?
No, it keeps track of everything for you.
Yeah,
it does all the maths. So you don't have to.
It's a character sheet generator that does everything for you. You can just pick and choose what you want from lists. But it also has access to all the character options, as opposed to having to dig through a bunch of books. You just get everything. Like
your cyberware, it'll calculate the amount of money that it takes away. It'll calculate your essence, and then once you're down to 0.1 essence, you can't go any further. Like it just,
I see.
It does all the calculations for you.
And it's a really handy tool to rapidly build a character. Like so we did this thing where we read through the character creation process. I decided I was going to make a character to sort of, kick the tires. It took me probably like 4 or 5 hours to dig through all of the different places to pick up all of the pieces that I wanted to assemble that character. And with a program, you can do that same process in 10 minutes because you don't have to dig and you don't have to do the maths. You just select options and you have a character.
Yeah. But like, yeah,
Which is it also
That is
helps
useful.
if we can get
helps
a
for
team
online
going,
play too.
yeah. And also teaching. Like,
Well, it sounds like we've built a team.
Right.
If you ask me, it
Like,
sounds like you guys have
whoever wants
conceptualized this.
whoever wants to do the main programming bits needs to figure out what format he wants the stuff in, and then like the rest of us can get to work like good little peons.
So we've got Tom rewriting Matrix. We've got you guys making a.
Well, let me tell you, we had a guy writing a Shadowrun character generator.
Right, for which
The
edition?
problem was the exceptions.
Yeah.
Like anything else, you establish a set of rules that your program runs under, and then you find that this works this way, but it's a special case, and then you have to rewrite everything. So it's you really have to fully understand all of the options and all of the scope before you start. It's not even a question of data.
Well, there's a way of doing that. Like, you can make it a modular thing where you have the main window, which will include all these little sub windows, and you can have different people work at different bits. You can have the guy who knows all about the Matrix do the Matrix bits, and then that just gets added to the main program, as opposed to the Matrix bit needing to know about the Matrix and the back and forth.
A good example of one of what Tom's talking about here is shamans in second edition. Some shamans get +2 dice for certain categories of spells. Some shamans have minus to target numbers. Some shamans, Owl in particular, their abilities go away at night. Each of these are completely different sets of stat modifications and or adjustments, but they're all coming out of the same box, a totem. You have a totem object. The totem object has to spit out either dice modifications or target number modifications, or it has to spit out a note that says you can't do magic except at night. All of those things have to be accounted for when you write the program, or else you're going back, as Tom said, and doing it again. That's just shaman totem characteristics. You go into the gear chapter, every piece of gear has a little thing on the end of it that says, but this actually has a smart link. And that smart link, in the integral smart link in that particular weapon, means that weapon's target numbers are -2. How do you represent that mechanically in the gear when you assemble the character? You have to actually have a thing that says, all gear has to have a target number modification attribute that goes through the system, and then someone has to enter that value by reading the gear description and discovering, oh, this one has a smart link. I have to apply that. It gets very complicated that way.
Right, but like polymorphism and encapsulation, like you just want your object to spit out the required data, and then you want the receiver to take that data and automatically sort it around. You don't necessarily, depending on what programming schema or I forget what the word is, but a paradigm you go with, you can have some of that being abstracted out, and the idea of doing things modular so that everything can be plug and play, and if it doesn't work, then we can revisit it. But
you're right.
At the very least, all the books for second editions are out, so we wouldn't have to worry about
it's not a moving target.
Like a new Matrix book coming out, and they were like, well, everything we did is completely useless because we have to add in all these extra stats and all these extra exceptions
for it to work. And I'm not saying these are insurmountable challenges, but for it to work, what Tom's referring to is that if you don't understand the intricacies of how these things click together in character creation, you can end up in a situation where you put together a program design that does not account for all the variables, and then you have to go back in and be like, okay, so everybody, I know you entered 200,000 lines in data files, but it turns out They're all wrong, and you have to do it again.
You just use regex and fix it. It's not that
That's
hard.
why.
And when you find this person, they should also do a write up for 2E.
Right.
Just
When
use
they
regex.
know all the ins and outs.
You know what?
It's easy.
Just use Chat GPT.
It's easy to say just write a regex to correct it, but if the data is complicated enough and the interplay is complicated enough, it'll be 30 regexes and all of them will have to work off of each other, and that is someone's very unpleasant headache.
You haven't spent enough time on regex golf, my friend.
As a programming book I once read said, I have a problem. I know I'll fix it with regex. Now I have 2 problems. So, but like, you do it all in a
Programming
spreadsheet,
is a
right?
wonderful utopia.
You do it all in a spreadsheet.
You never quite
And if you need like this new thing added in, then you just add a column and then re-export the spreadsheet, push it through like the blender that spits it out into the right format, and then there you go. Like, you don't necessarily need, like, once everyone has done the data entry, you don't throw away that data entry just because it's been pushed through the blender. You need that in case like the thing doesn't work out, or like you need to change it. It's easier to change the data en masse by like, inserting a like column somewhere in here, as opposed to opening an XML file and then like manually changing your data fields, or like,
Yeah.
I'm using
So
XML. What I know,
this gets a little bit into the weeds, but when I was looking NSR, the Windows one that's a bunch of letters. One of the first things I was going to decompile it and see if I could tear it apart and put it back together again so that it could run on a modern operating system. The first thing I ran into is that the DAT file format that all of the data that supports the application is built in. No one can use it because it was written in Visual Basic like from 1995, and no one uses those data file formats anymore, and it is illegible. So these are challenges. They're not things that can't be circumvented. I'm sure someone knows how to decompile Visual Basic 5 DAT files so that we can get that data back out of it. But that's a thing that someone has to figure out.
Are you talking about the files with all the gear and such?
Yeah, they're putting files that are called something
Notepad.
DAT.
Oh, Notepad++, easy.
Because I opened it with a hex editor, and it wasn't as straightforward as just like looking for columns and.
Bejeweled said he did this like already. Now the thing is that he do this in a way that fits for the rest of the thing. So you need to like show us like a screenshot or like of what it looks like to see if it's like works.
Or even just upload the files to this Discord and see which of us can make sense of it.
I'll share. I've actually got it on my machine right now.
Like we're getting way off topic there, but
I deleted it a while back after I realized I couldn't get it to work on a virtual machine.
I'm gonna have Astra MacGuffin make a 2E Chummer creation channel, and you guys are the team. I mean, this is obvious at this point. We're in a book club meeting. Everyone's saying, we just need a team of people.
Right. Well, there's a team.
There you go.
So yeah, here's gear. Here's the cyberware. It's all here.
Mr. Johnson brings up a good point. Like, I'm thinking
BioWare.
If 5e Chummer was able to be done, then it's definitely doable.
Cover easier too.
Are you the one sharing your screen for that? Because I don't see data. All I see is your Discord.
Oh, okay. My bad. Let's see here. I'll stop.
Here's the data. I was like, that does not look like data.
It's data. It's like the Emperor's New Shoe or the Emperor's New Clothes, right? Only fools can see it.
Oh, okay.
Let me see. This will be the right one. All right. Can you see it?
I see a Venn diagram.
Yeah, it's your Discord.
Oh, jeepers creepers. Let me try it again. All right.
Like when you share your screen, go down there and then you can share a specific window in the options, or you can
Yeah, I'll do that.
share like a specific screen depending on.
I was trying to share the entire window, not just the panel. All right, let's try this one.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's the BioWare. Hope you're screen capturing. And then here's Cyberware. And it has like plastic resources. Here's cyber technology.
Yeah, that's basically what I did. I just drag and drop into Notepad++. I think mine was laid out a bit differently because I think I have a different version, but yeah, and you can see all the stuff that they ported over from Cyberpunk, like the Kendachi Mono Whip.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, so this is part of the SRCGW.
So like that's all the data. You can grab most of that.
Is this the third edition or second edition?
Second
This is second.
You can like
Second plus fan resources.
and then just kind of like data wrangle it into like a
Hello.
spreadsheet or like a format, and then we just need to like go over it and then like fix like all the little errors, if any.
If you need to, you could always go from column. It's pipe delimited, right? So
right, but there's no column headers. That I think is a little bit of a challenge because some of it's obvious, right? Like, oh, that's a column header right there. Never mind. Take it back.
What? Yeah. No, there's no.
That's a type
weapon. Yeah, no. Like 0-1, that line. Edge weapon, 7 concealability, reach, damage, weight. Those are all column headers.
Oh, you're right. Cost. Yep.
And even
Street index.
Some of those columns are missing. Like you go by process of elimination, right?
Yeah. See, it looks like the column headers are at the top of the file.
Column header for each type.
Yeah.
It's not unified.
Yeah, the column headers are at the top of the file, and then the columns are further down the file. So like 0-1 is probably like *1's column headers.
Oh, I see. Yes. Okay. Bow.
Yeah, exactly what it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Extras. Here's just.
This is nice. This is a step in the right direction.
And then here's your type, right? So this type, subtypes.
So like the data is not completely lost.
Yeah.
So we fixed that issue.
Yeah.
It's like digging through all the ancient archives.
So how do we format this into a? How do we load this into a spreadsheet or a SQL database? Is the question now.
I think we do need a special chummer run. Yeah.
So for the spreadsheet, it's probably easy enough to do with Excel or even Google spreadsheets. You just like copy everything and then like you paste it in, and then there's a special function that lets you split text to columns, and then you just tell it it's going to be delimited by pipes or by like tabs or like commas. Yeah. You even do it by like spaces. And like
this looks like space delimited because the irregular or the regular.
It's not space delimited. It's fixed columns or fixed character, right? So. Here's
so character 30 starts column 2 and character
exactly.
All of that is something that spreadsheets, Google spreadsheets can do easily, and Excel is just more versatile than Google spreadsheets. So, like there's an art, like I wouldn't say an art, but like an aspect of like just taking things from spreadsheets and putting them into spreadsheets called data wrangling. You can do it like through scripts or like manually. I've gotten like decently good at doing it. So it's not like the important part is like
data wrangling wizard.
I love that they made that name sound cool, so that you felt like you're doing something cool.
The important part is to like,
as the server's resident Texan, I can't help but approve of the choice of words.
I just say like
data wrangler.
I just say like the biggest lifting, the heaviest lifting that goes in any of these kind of projects is getting the data in a readable format.
Yeah.
So it's the heaviest lift.
There you go.
If we can like use this and then like get all the data at least for the core book, and then like move from there and either add things or like piecemeal, because like I'd love to say that we could just grab everything, type a few like a few hundred lines of like code, and then like just run it through a script and it spits it out. But like if that's not necessarily feasible, if we can get like, a core book done, and then like, slowly, kind of like the book club, like, every month, like, add an extra book to the thing, eventually we'll get there.
Let's see. There's core book. There's Street Samurai's catalog. There's Shadow Tech. There's Cyber Technology.
Damn.
There's
All right.
Plastic Warriors, which is Girth's cyberpunk conversion. Here's NERP's Shadow Lord. So not everybody role plays Steve is what they used to call NERPs. Anyway, so this is back from web resources. And then the Nagy stuff. New Arcanist guide to everything else.
So like,
Wow. No VR 2.0.
No,
maybe.
there was. I don't know if there was anything.
I don't think there's a lot of decking stuff in this program because
Makes sense.
for all the reasons we discussed earlier.
Well, they had the comm carrier, right? They had the new
even if
data jacks were in Shadow Tech, but
Even
the
if
comm
it's-
carrier.
even if like it's missing all that stuff, it's still like a good place to start with, and
Sure,
it cuts
yeah.
out like a big part of the load.
Yeah.
But so in order to make second edition more more like revive the second edition, we need to get people playing. We need to get some form of tools to make it easier for people to play. And yeah, then it's just basically like I
Really
like the idea
cool.
of sitting down and playing a long-term campaign with people, but like if you play like with 5 players and then you're playing a long-term campaign, this might be the best campaign ever. Chances are it's not gonna propagate until your campaign has ended and these people go looking for another group, and like some of them might decide to DM on their own. Like, so we need something like kind of like Shadowrun missions, or like one shots, or like short couple mission, or like a living community or something like that, so that like people who are interested in the edition can get into a quick game to try it out, and then trying to make that process as easy as we can for them.
Mr. Johnson said old school Shadowrun revival, OSSR. That's damn right. Well, I know we got a little well, hey, we got off topic, but we just basically solved a massive problem. So everyone bitches about there's no chummer, and so this is going to happen now.
So we go summer.
Does anybody want to? I know we're getting late here too. So does anyone have any other things they wanted to touch on before we wrap it up?
Not
So
really. This
from
has
the-
been awesome, but I got class tomorrow, so
Another
Right.
good resource would be to have more archetypes, and like a website that has more archetypes and background, like more characters that people can just pick up and run with. So like a
Regional characters.
yeah, pre-gen characters is a big one, and then more contacts all put together. Those help as well.
Personally, I like using little working aids. Like I tend to make this on my own when I'm like running games with like little working aids to help me like kind of like generate content. Like if I want to make a run, like oh no, it's like one of my players like didn't make it for this session. I need to just run like for a cheap mission. Like just going down this little script of a list of like roll on one of these tables, pick one of these, and things like that in order to make a
There's shadowrun2.com/generator.php. I'm serious. Like there's an instant generator for you. Boom.
something like that. But like I tend to like to do. I tend to want to like put my fingers in everything and like just customize everything quickly. I just need like the list to run down quickly, and like some of the aspects take a little bit more time. Like having like ready maps, like and then they decide hey, let's hack this thing to get the floor plan. Well, if I can just open a file of floor plans and pick a random one, as opposed to go like, okay.
I never plan. I have a rough outline. I never plan because the players always do something different every single friggin' time. It's like, oh,
Plan
I know this
scenarios.
building, and what do? They like attack the thing on the road. They, start a fire down the street, so that way everybody runs out of the building. Whatever, crazy.
Yeah.
There's a blog. There's a blog called Alexandrian.com. Something Alexander, Justin Alexander, something like that. He writes a lot of blog posts about prep scenarios, don't prep adventures. And the concept that he says, okay, so you have like these things need to happen, or these people are in the story. You prep the details about those people and those places, and then you let the players sort of figure out how those things are going to connect. And that's it's a way for you to make sure that you have material, but that you're not directing the players in a particular way that they're just not going to go.
Right.
He writes a lot of really good stuff about general like game mastering techniques. So
right, there's some of that, but like at the same time, like if I want, let's say the players decide they're going to break into this place. Well, I need to have an idea of what the floor plan looks like. Even if I'm not like giving them a map, like, I have to have something in my head that says like, is this like one big room with like filled with cubicles? Is this like, tons of like hallways and like, locked doors? Or, like, I need something to just have an idea. So if a player decides that they're going to run down this like random hallway to like look for somewhere to hide, I'm not just kind of like scrambling for things, or I'm not like, building this map in my mind of like hallways that end up like, running around in circles. And then same thing for like, Matrix, like generating a reasonable Matrix dungeon for like, the hacker decides to hack something out of the blue. Like, oh, I'm gonna like jack and trying to hack that. Well, I'm not like, thinking of like, okay, so what sort of device should I have? What sort of like, Matrix, like, secure active security should they have? What's the I forget what it's called, but that script the Matrix servers run down on for security. Like, I'm not like creating all of that like at the same time. Sure,
Generators for all those.
I could do it. Well, it doesn't have to be a generator. Just a list of things, and I can like go down the list and pick different options.
You know what else I was just thinking could help revive? Remember when Harebrained Schemes decided that they were going to launch the Kickstarter?
Mm-hmm.
They had star power. If we only had like the creator of Shadowrun to add star power, that might help.
What is star power?
So I wouldn't deal with him.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
I heard he's an asshole. I heard he's a total asshole.
Yeah, if only Tom Dowd was around, eh?
I will say this too, by the way. Like, I don't understand why that PDF is not for sale on drive-thru still. After that bundle,
yeah,
they have a PDF. It's not for sale.
Real.
I don't know why. And I never got word back, by the way.
I never picked up.
I reached out to
And what PDF is
Jason
this
Hardy.
they've got? Because I know they don't sell Threats 2, because that just why?
The core rulebook. I'm just talking about the core rulebook.
Just the core Shadowrun 2 rulebook. It's the only core book they don't have.
Yeah.
Drive through
The PDF was for sale in the whole
the humble bundle.
That is probably
Bundle of holding.
IP license.
Yeah. I wish I would have got the bundle of holding. I didn't get a chance to pick it up.
Well, I emailed someone, Bull. He sent me Jason Hardy's email, and I emailed him about my 11th printing of Shadowrun. I was like, hey, if you want, like, it's in perfect condition, not the cover, but everything inside. If you want it, I'll donate it, so you can make sure you have like the latest edition to make for PDF. And he was like, oh yeah, we'll look into that. And he never got back to me.
But the thing is,
it's like a 6th printing. If the bundle of holdings like 6th printing or something like that.
But
that's the one I got. I picked up my used copy. One of them is 6 printing.
If they did that, wouldn't that like detract from like attention from their main thing?
But they do it for everything else. They got 3rd edition and 4th edition. They still make money on.
Yeah. They get 6th. They've got 1st edition in print on demand even. So you can actually order a 1st edition book and they will send you a physical copy. So
you have no idea. They'd make so much money off me.
Yeah, I would buy.
I'd buy like 10 copies.
Yeah, I'd buy like a half a dozen copies and hand them out to my players. That was straight up.
Yeah, that's like for the core book. I've played RPGs for a long time, and like for the RPGs I really got into, being able to sit down and during character creation and give each of the players a book, as opposed to like, okay, I have one book and you guys are all going to share it.
Yeah, and be careful because it's 30 years old and I don't want it to fall apart.
That's the main thing.
Because it's already falling apart.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a bummer. It's one of those mysterious editions. For whatever reason, there's just not a lot of resources out there for it. And I don't really understand why.
That is a problem solved only by motivation.
Well, I think you were talking about this earlier about how like basically a lot of people think third edition is just a cleaned up second edition, and I think that idea is why a lot of people just don't bother with second edition, and that's why they don't have a second edition, because they're like, why would we put the second edition out? You can get the third edition one.
But that only applies to people that want to play third edition. Like, you know, if someone doesn't want to play third edition, then like, you know, why would
I want to play second edition? I don't want to play
it's an incorrect assumption, but a common one.
Yeah.
Third edition is the same thing as second edition, only it's just cleaned up.
Yeah, there's a mistake. They believe that it's iterative, that it's like, well, this is the best version of that. Right. I mean, I see it in all the write-ups. They're like, you know, then there's 1E through 3E, and 3 is like the most, you know, cleaned up version of those. And they just kind of lump it in, and I'm like, it's so different.
Yeah.
I haven't played 30 or like second E yet, but like you know,
there's a great actual pod 2E podcast.
I do it, but every time I do it, I wind up being forever GM, and I'm just sick of being forever GM.
Well, see, that's okay. So we have a group here. We can just rotate through GMs.
Yeah, I tried that twice, and then I GM, and then that's it.
I nominate Tom as first DM.
Yeah, that works. That's cool.
Well, as I said earlier, you might be
I
able
call
to
Street Samurai
once we get through the whole book.
Name your favorite charity. I don't care, even if it's Tom Dowd.
Tom Dowd School for kids who don't read good.
Or kids who don't read good.
to fight the black lung.
Yeah, just getting people to play should draw up like, you know, attention. And my impression I got from second edition was the same as 1, 2, and 3. It's just they're the previous editions that I haven't played from Shadowrun, and I don't like the newer editions. So I've always played either 4th edition, or I got cajoled into playing, like, you know, whatever edition someone else wanted to play. But like, even reading 4th and like reading 2nd and a little bit of 3rd, a lot of stuff was like lost to like just streamlining.
A lot changes, yeah. And
yeah.
This is a thing that I think I kind of don't view the Shadowrun editions as I kind of view them as like they're iterative in setting, in terms of setting, in that like each one has a different, distinct like decade flavor to it, right? Like if you wanted to play a role-playing game of Earth and you liked the 80s, version of Earth that was played in the zeros wouldn't cut it for you. You're like, this is nothing like the 80s. I don't want to play this. And that's kind of how Shadowrun editions are. Like first, second are like the 50s, then third is the 60s, then fourth is the 70s, and each decade is a completely different flavor of game. So it's not
really important to highlight. You're totally right on that. Good call.
That's daunting as well to new players too, when they're thinking about,
because they don't know what they're
how much
nostalgic
lore.
Yeah. Do you like the 80s? Do you like the 90s? Or do you like the 2000s? Play first, second, or third.
Well, and think about that whole, how it came to pass for 6E, right? It's like it's already, you know, 3 or 4 pages of like, or 4 or 5 pages of like really awesome lore for second edition. And that's not even, Tom even mentioned that there's no real change there from first edition.
Right.
It's just
like an
that's
extra
just setting up
paragraph.
Shadowrun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Did a search and replace on Soviet Union for Russia.
Did we even do that? I don't think we even did that.
You did that.
Well,
first edition, look, and so it came to pass in first edition refers to Soviet, and every time it just referred to Russia.
But it also shows that the mindset too of how you're talking about, Tom, about how second edition was literally meant as a replacement for first edition. You know, it wasn't real. It was adding,
Right.
it was streamlining things, but it wasn't adding more lore necessarily to the book itself.
What was
It's just sort of like
what was
place
lost
this in.
from like first to second? Like, what did you streamline out?
Of what? The lore?
Yeah, or
We
like the
did-
game as a whole.
None of the lore, but
We literally
initiative change.
4 sentences at the end of the, and so it came to pass.
I think you just
Yeah.
added like a couple things in 2052 and 2053 kind of deal. Like, yeah, the
Cool.
damage scale definitely. Just some of the rules changed, but lore wise, nothing did.
So some of the rules changed, but
You're
did any
correct.
of the
Russian
rules
Republic. There, I wussed out. Okay.
did any of the rules get like
Sorry, what'd you say, Tom?
No, I was confirming that we did change Soviet Union to Russian Republic.
Oh,
Hey,
But see, now he's
isn't it
trying
referred to as
the,
Commonwealth of Independent States or something like that?
the
Just a
current
Russian
president of Russia wants to make it the Soviet Union again, so you'd be all right.
Everything old is new again.
Right.
But like, you know, rules wise, like there's a difference between like changing a rule and like just like erasing that from like the like shamans. It's like it's one thing to say, okay, well, we're gonna do spirit summoning a bit different. It's something else to say shamans are now mages with a different name.
Yeah.
The end.
yeah, I mean, it's gameplay philosophy. You know, it's they're trying to balance things on paper
Right.
to where, you know, a fireball equals the same as this combat person, you know, whatever gun they're firing, kind of thing.
Yeah, well, that's like mixed feelings about that. Like, you don't want players feeling useless, but like you don't need to balance everything on a tip of a pin either.
Yeah,
Especially if
I
you
feel
have
like
this
Shadow. I
world.
think second edition. I think it nails that balance pretty beautifully. Or in terms of just the fact that it's like we've said time and time again, it's like paper rock scissors. It's like you don't use the street Sam for every situation, and you don't use the detective for every situation, or
and you try
the
to
decker
or the rigger, or
you try to use whatever's like, you know, your target's weakness is like against them. Like you don't like, you know, sending the street Sam to beat up the other street Sam, like, you know, is going to be a hard, like, you know, fight. Setting the, like, you know, decker or the shaman to, like, you know, do something and, like, you know, it's going to be much easier. So it's just about playing with that around, and hopefully the GM will vary his, like, you know, of the weaknesses of his, like, you know,
it forces you to look around like, you know, to figure out how to make combat work for you as opposed to just like fight.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's something
Right.
that's been lost as part, like, over the ages for, like, you know, all editions. Like, you know, if we look at early D&D to like later D&D or later, like, you know, a bunch of other games, like, you know, the earlier games were much more like, you know, let's figure things out and, like, you know, use what we can think of, and like more modern is like, you know, there's a rule for that, or there's like, you know, do you have that specific, like, you know, feat or like advantage? No, too bad, you can't do the thing.
So Tom, I have one more question for you. I was told to ask you about this.
Uh-oh.
The followers.
Oh, God.
Someone right now is having a lot of trouble with followers in their
Oh,
game
yeah.
because they let them use them in their character creation or purchase them, you know. Was that something you heard a lot about?
Because people rarely use them.
Yeah. They're expensive.
Mhm.
Yeah. And you can lose them. Like, and they can
And
get
they might not
dead.
show up in time. I mean,
Yeah.
And you can
1 to 6
earn them.
minutes?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
Or 1 to
I mean,
6
correct me if I'm wrong.
times
This is
10
how I
minutes?
play them. So gang, I mean, it says in the book that a gang is like someone that you know, they're there for you. And then like a buddy, someone who's even more there for you. And then followers will like die for you, right? And so I see that as like, they're not necessarily bright. They're idealistic. They're going to be more willing to put themselves in harm's way, even in situations where they may not have to, just to almost prove their devotion.
Especially if they're the kind of followers who are following a PC. They're not incredibly bright.
Well, that's not, you know, it depends where the story leads, right?
Yeah.
And some followers are, you know, dedicated dumb kids, and then some turn out to be like Syndrome or whatever it is in The Incredibles, right? Here you have this follower and boom, incredibly brilliant. want, it all depends where the story takes it.
Also, like, like even like the smart kids sometimes like have a hard life and then they just want to fit in somewhere. So like, joining a gang or like a cult or whatever, like, you flavor your followers as kind of fits
That
that.
could be your cult
Or
members.
you led them in the military before or whatever. Their backstory is something that you have their respect, utmost respect. Yeah, I agree. I don't see it as an issue. If someone wanted to have followers in my game, I'd be a little, I'd be a bastard a little
The question
bit. I'd
is,
be like,
how are they using these like followers that's making them to be a problem?
I mean, it is work for the GM, right? Like basically, if you say I want a group of followers, you should, as a player, outline who these people are, at least so the GM doesn't have to whip up that many NPCs. You can say, okay, I have 10 followers, and one of them's name is Mo, and he knows me from this. One of them's Curly, and he's got this this specialization. And you go through your followers, and then you say, here, GM, use these people. That would be a generous
and
way
then they
to
all
do
get
it.
slapped in unison.
So do the followers require to have are they all carbon copies of each other? Or they
No, because that's a gang.
No, they're just people.
Yeah, it lines out that you have to pick 5 different archetypes
I mean,
for your 5 followers.
typically as a game master, I make my players design their contacts. So like if they're creating their character and they have 2 contacts and they say I have a Street Sam and I have a Lone Star Cop, I'm like, so how do you know them? Tell me a little bit about these people, and then I'll wing it off of what they provide. But they're making up the people, and I'm just playing them for them. So that's a way to handle followers that saves the GM a little bit of a hassle. Is just let the player tell you who they are.
No,
the player has to protect them because they're like, I actually like Mo a lot, and I don't want him dead.
No, one of the problems I see with that is my character shows up to for a run, and then I'll call in my followers, and now I have a small team of people that does everything the team already does. I'd be like, I'm gonna go hack this thing. He's like, don't worry about it. I have a hacker follower, or don't worry about it.
Don't let them stat the Don't let them stat the followers. Just let them tell you what the follower does. Then you figure out how good they are.
Well, that brings me back to Tom's point too. We're like, okay, your follower jacks in and he gets his brain fried.
I was like, okay, that's one less I have to worry about. Now, next.
Right. But also now there's story. Like, why was that black ice there?
Also, having a bunch of
the KFC menu.
Having a bunch of
it always comes back to that.
So, I mean, I'm reading it as you're talking. The way it's written, they're literally an archetype.
Yes.
It never says anything about them ever getting any better.
And a follower, you can get one, right? It's one follower.
It's not like 5. A gang then.
That's a gang.
Gang is different.
It's Buddy I was thinking of. So Buddy is the one that'll put the life on the line. A follower is someone that follows you, and then there's
they're more loyal than buddies.
Are they?
Yep.
Yeah.
And you can get
followers are yeah.
The first line says followers are more loyal than buddies. The first line of the paragraph.
You tell the game master what 5 archetypes make up your followers, and then when you call them, a D6 plus 1 come, and the game master, I guess, decides which ones.
I love that.
They have the standard archetype statistics, but the player character then must supply their gear.
So you have to,
and they're expensive as fuck,
or anything like that.
So you have to choose the archetypes that are in the book.
Right. Yeah, you pick 5 of them.
It's a capital A archetypes, so I would say yes.
Yeah.
I was hoping.
And followers cost 200,000 Nuyen at character creation, by the way.
I was hoping
so they're not cheap.
I was hoping you could pick a follower.
You can all have line coats and an Ari's Predator, and you're all set.
You make up your
super
own
squatters.
I was hoping you could make up your own archetypes to have
I mean, the GM could probably allow that.
There are other archetypes in other books, right? So there's threats. There's the ones in the Street Samurai's catalog. There's a bunch
Game
of
Master, the contacts book that comes with the Game Master screen.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
In my game, we got a guy that's got a gang, and he's got they're all
Screw
improv
those thespians, man. Jeez.
actors, but they're also a gang of fighters. And I just think that's funny. Like he
I
can
love-
roll,
I
they'll
love
show
the-
up.
I love the backstory of how
They're
like, the
larpers.
whole. No, but it was the whole. It was the whole like scat, the Hollywood strike or something like that, and then these guys,
Yeah, they were union, and then there was a strike.
it was
and
amazing.
they were beating
backstory
up
of how they
anybody
came
who.
up, man. It was just like, did
Yeah,
you come up with
my
that, or was
players-
that Dan?
That was all Dan.
That was all Dan.
Yeah,
Okay.
he creates that stuff.
Yeah, that was some good. Yeah, like wow. Okay.
But it's like that. It's like they should come up with that stuff. Tell me why these people follow you. Tell me why.
Right. Exactly.
They give a shit about you.
You want to spend $200,000 on a following, or whatever? Then okay, let's bounce some ideas off each other.
If,
So, yeah,
if
like-
I remember correct, the followers were a very crude way to model something like Doc Savage, or as Mike Stackpole called him, Raven. In that you were a guy and you had a bunch of people who were loyal to you, and you could snap your fingers and they would show up, and that was it. That was the idea, and we didn't take it much farther than that. I think it got expanded elsewhere. But it was not a in-depth, fleshed out idea. But I think that's what we were trying to do.
Worked for me. Like it just makes sense.
I think it's cool. I think the only thing in this book that I had that's hard for me to run is, or it's more something I'd choose not to, is the allergies. And that's only because to me, I feel like it's cool that it's there, but I feel like it starts to tempt people into min-maxing.
Well, the
a little
same
more.
with the perk, or not the perks. What do you call it? The
Advantages, disadvantages.
Edges and flaws.
yeah,
Edges, flaws. Yeah.
edges and flaws. Like you can have people that just go crazy with that. I had to actually cap it at like 5 points because I had somebody who took 35 points of edges and flaws. And I'm like, and he tried to make them all the same thing. And then when it came up in the game, he's like, no, I don't agree. I don't think that would be one of my flaws. And I'm like, okay.
You have that many
It really
flaws.
depends on the people. Yeah. And
You
that's
have
the
that
thing
many
is like,
flaws and you're chronically ill. You're not Shadowrunning at all. That's too many flaws.
Well, he had
Your bubble boy.
and flashbacks and stuff like that. And
yeah.
No, like,
Well, that's what I run into is it's more what I found was that it was like these people get these immediate advantages with the allergies. And then it was up to me to present situations where I could balance that out.
Yeah.
Story wise. And then they felt that wasn't fair. Like, oh, of course this person's wearing silver.
Well,
It's like, well,
yeah.
I gotta make it worth it that you just got this huge benefit.
not everyone wears silver, but yeah, you know what? There's some people that wear silver. There's a vampire hunter. Guess what? He's wearing silver.
Right.
The
I was.
werewolf
This is
hunter?
kind of funny.
Either way.
I did have one character that like he really did the min-max thing with the silver allergy, and so I was going to be an asshole. I didn't end up doing this, but I was going to have like this massive silver deposit get discovered, like up in the the Orc Cascade, like mountains up there, and like all of a sudden all cyberware just cosmetically is like it's like
Silver.
put silver lining on, put silver plated.
hey, silver.
It's like everybody's wearing silver. It's like super cheap all of a sudden.
Hey, silver would actually be great for like cyberware. Do you know that silver had was it antibiotic or anti-infection properties?
There you go.
Yeah.
So, there you go.
Why nobles got sick less because it kills bacteria.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's why the Romans put silver and copper coins in their drink bag.
Yep.
I knew all this. That's why I did that.
Of course.
Yeah, like,
Of course I knew all
We know
this.
you do that.
yeah,
Yeah, no, I knew that. I knew that, guys.
I played a bunch of games that have disadvantages like that, and they all rack up like bonuses. But like whenever someone tries to take disadvantage, like I have to sit down with them and like this will come up. Like I'm gonna go out of my way to make
Mhm.
this happen. Like and
Yeah.
if they're not
Right,
like
yeah, you wouldn't
good with
took
that,
it.
then they'll be like, well, yeah.
You don't get it. Sorry.
Hey, Tom, I really want to ask you for next one, can you just make another archetype that we can add to this?
Hey,
Make another archetype.
Any old archetype.
Any old archetype. Just make a new one that we could like add to the book. We'll get someone to drop. We'll get chat, or we'll get AI to do an image, and we'll add it to canon.
So Sasquatch Street Samurai.
Who drew the archetypes?
Jeff Lobenstein.
We'll track that guy down. Who was it?
Jeff Lobenstein.
Lobenstein. I think I'm friends with him on Twitter.
You probably are.
Yep.
Yeah, I can afford him. Sure.
Yes.
Done. It's recorded, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna be a pain in his ass.
Yep.
Sasquatch Mercenary.
Have his JL92 on them.
Yep.
That's the later ones. He also did in the first edition. He did the metahuman illustrations.
Oh yeah.
Which originally had no pins.
Yes. You were saying that. And I love the story that the orc you guys were tossing around the idea of it having like 6 mammary glands.
Yep.
Meme.
So, like, is there a reason why they go into the details of like specifying how many mammary glands each of the metatypes have in the book?
Yeah, dude, for DeviantArt.
No, I think they were just
last,
touching around ideas, right? Like, okay, are they like pigs and they have all the you just throw around ideas. Some stick and some don't. It's cool.
I mean, it's like in the description.
It was mentioned that it was written as if it was,
So there's like a bio.
as if
the
they weren't
descriptions
humans.
are all done as the human is the standard, and like this is how all the other metatypes deviate from the humans. Yet every single one of them has 2 memory glands. So why is this in there if this is the same for everyone?
The conceit on page 34 was the information was available courtesy of Studies in Awakened Biology.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So it was supposed to be from a scientific biased point of view, because it actually says the biases are the author's own. In particular, their view of Homo sapiens more as interesting creatures than sentient beings. So we wanted to write it so that there was this weird clinical what the hell to some of it.
Right.
It also matches the critters section.
Yes.
It's kind of taken from that same point of view, or like, let's really examine this.
True.
Which have multiple meme, more than 2, in the critter section.
Multiple pairs, yeah.
And because obviously some of the numbers in there are bull, right? Birth weight of a dwarf, 5.6% of the mother's weight.
Right. What does that even mean?
I love it.
Okay.
Exact.
Yes.
How much?
Has 32 teeth.
Don't doors weigh a bit more just because of how stout they are?
Well, what I like, this brings up a cool thing I saw when I was reading this, was that you mentioned when it's like flesh out your character in that the 20 questions section. It mentions is your elf short and stout, or is your dwarf tall and skinny? And I thought that was interesting to make that do they deviate from the average? It kind of opens up a whole lot of things that you otherwise would feel locked off. No, dwarves can't be tall. But then that question right there made it well, maybe they could be.
Or a dwarf, they could be tall.
Yeah, or they could be as tall as a human, but they're dwarf. I mean, it kind of gives it a lot of more creative license.
There will be outliers, right? Because it says the average dwarf is 1.2 meters tall and weighs 54 kilograms. Okay, that's average. Right. So there's got to be bigger and there's got to be smaller.
Right, and
I love that.
Whenever you're creating a character, as important as it is to list everything your character is, it's also good sometimes to list things he's not. What if my dwarf doesn't have a beard? Maybe
right.
It's just because if you don't bring it up, then people will have a tendency to just associate it with whatever the stereotype is.
Or is female and has a beard.
Yeah, why not?
Those are fighting words in some circles.
Hey, like,
Oh,
whatever.
Some people get real mad about their dwarves.
Whatever floats your boat, but like like if you say like, hey, this is my female dwarf character, well, chances are I'm just gonna assume she doesn't have a beard. Now, if you want her to have a beard, then like you mention it, then that just breaks from the stereotype and it makes the character like stick out more.
It makes her a very unattractive dwarf to dwarves. But yes,
Hey, what's his? To quote the dwarf from like one of the old D&D movies, like you need a woman with like hair on her chest you can hold on to. Like
I need to see that.
So there's a comic book series called Rat Queens out there where they actually explore the whole concept of dwarven women and having beards in the story. It's actually one of those things where I'd never seen it presented visually before, and then once you see it in action in the comic, you're actually like, actually that looks really cool.
it's just like thick
This should be in everything.
Right. I remember I got someone challenged me, or friendly challenge, that orc fixer in my game is a 50-year-old orc. And he was like, well, this guy must be on his deathbed then. And yeah, I was like, I don't know. I don't see it that way. I see it like the average, like, my average, if I'm 80
right.
and my average, the average death rate or lifespan of men is what, 60? It's like low now. Surprisingly low.
I'm closer to it than I want to admit, but yeah, you're right. Like 60.
But it's like, does that mean I'm about to die? No, not necessarily.
Yeah.
It just means that the average is this and I'm beyond that.
Liaisonization, that thing in second E.
The information that's in there is based on what they understood in 2048.
Right.
It's a typical lifespan.
Is lionization like available in like second edition?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
but yeah,
there you go.
pay for it, and it's in Shadowtech.
It appears to be 35 to 40 years of the orcs that we currently have.
Right. So
Right.
There's no reason why this really old orc doesn't save up a bunch of money and like every couple of years gets himself put through the treatment.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, totally.
Maybe he can't afford to have it done every year, so he doesn't look like he's like 25. But like
he also was born. I mean, his story was his name's Millie because he was a millennial baby. He was born in 2000, and he actually goblinized. So I don't know if I read it. I feel like I read it somewhere that goblinized orcs sometimes live longer than orcs born as orcs.
Well,
but I can't remember.
Yeah, I think I read something about that too. But the thing with that is that like if you're gonna live like 20 years as a human and then turn into an orc, like your metabolism like worked as a normal human up until that point, right? So like you probably don't age as fast. Or
just the change is gonna wreck you, right? I mean, imagine.
True.
Your body is not gonna like what just happened.
Right, but like
what you're telling me is I have to kill Millie.
No,
so I'm
man,
going to tell
kill Millie. Don't kill Millie, damn it.
No, not at all. But just in terms of that first batch, they were probably a mess.
That's stress. It mentions that most of them didn't survive.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and like the but like the lionization is supposed to resetting your genetic age to 20, just kind of like brings it down a notch. And if you're super rich and you can get the regular treatments, you could probably reset your age to like when you're in your early 20s. But like if you're not that rich but you can still afford a treatment occasionally, you can like have that older look while not necessarily being on your deathbed.
So there's your Shadowrun goals right there.
Yeah, let's keep on living.
Should be on the gear list.
Keep living.
You said it was in Shadowtech?
Yeah, it's in Shadowtech in the back. Question, Tom. Yeah. When you guys went from first edition to second edition, had you considered including all the materials from the source book into the main, or not?
Yeah, we did. The problem is it would have inflated the size of the book, and we didn't want to, because the books already existed. We didn't. Let me rephrase. I think it was an economic decision that we just didn't want to make the book too much bigger. I was going to kind of rationalize it a little bit, but I think it was more we didn't want to add everything in, and we knew we were going to be having other editions of some of those earlier books, right? For the obvious economic reasons. So it was considered, but it didn't. Some things, little things snuck in, but nothing big. We were just trying to do like somebody said earlier, we're just trying to do a replacement for that first
Makes
edition
sense.
of the book.
Makes sense.
And also, I'm sure it was you make money too selling second edition to someone who has never bought Shadowrun, and now they want to go back and buy source books, right? Like Shadowtech or Shadow Beat. Yeah.
Street
I
Samurai
know
catalog.
Street Samurai,
right?
we upgraded. We did a second edition version 4 because I redacted a couple pages.
Yep, I got that one.
Mysteriously.
Seriously.
My lazy
I can't.
redacted some pages as opposed to putting something new in there. We did Grimoire. We did Virtual Realities.
But also, what a good feeling too to buy second edition, and if you'd already owned first and a bunch of source books, to buy second and flip to the back and realize they're still usable.
Right. Yeah, and you didn't feel like you were buying the same thing again. Like if all the Street Samurai catalog stuff had been in there, people might have felt like they were buying it all again.
Yeah, I feel that way with a lot of, 5e stuff, or the compilation books that they compile everything. It's, you're like,
And why did
in
I
a
buy
way,
this?
you understand why they're doing it. Yeah, you're kind of like, that's kind of nice. You're putting it all there for people that didn't own it before, but it sucks to buy it and realize you had all this already.
It's 5e, so like no matter how well this is done, I'm not gonna buy it. But like,
Yeah. Obligatory dig at 5e. I had to do it.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I'm blown away. When we just had a session recently where they bought some gear from the Street Samurai guide and like shot gloves and some other stuff, and I'm like flipping in the back of second edition and finding them there. That's pretty. I'd never owned any of that stuff, so it's really cool now that I have the books to be able to use all of it. It's just really cool that it goes back. It's backward compatible.
Fields of Fire has the complete list. Or is it Cybertech? No, Cyber Technology has the complete list from all the other books.
That's like with all the books?
With the index table, yeah, of all the gear, Cyber Technology has
second
a
edition,
list.
because Cyber Technology was like the last big Cybertech source book from second edition.
Yep. That was the
Cybertech?
Yep.
Yeah, Cyber Technology.
Cyber Technology, yep.
Cyber Technology. Damn,
It
now I have to-
and Atslan were the last two products I worked on.
So as a
Oh, nice.
curiosity,
Super Tuesday was just before that, right?
It was after.
How many of you guys that GM make up your own stuff?
Only make up my own stuff, like everything.
I do about 50-50.
You mean gear, or
Gear.
you mean
gear?
Gear.
Because and I'm not saying that you can't use any of the existing stuff, but as opposed to when players look for a pistol, right? They want to buy a new pistol, as opposed to just opening the book and going well, here are your options. It was go talk to your contact, goes to the contact, say, hey, I'm looking for a pistol. Guys well, here's what I have available, and none of what's available are in the books. I'll typically grab something from a book, give it a few changes, mod it in some way, and go this is what I have. And often a lot of it not comes with good things and downsides. It's well, this gun's kind of has a loose part or this thing here. So you're not always getting pristine new pieces out on the street, right? You're buying gear that's been people want to get rid of, that people looted off dead bodies and so on. So
I admit I'm pretty lazy when it comes to that. I just reskin an existing object. So somebody will be like, I don't want to buy one of the standard pistols. I'll be like, well, okay, here's this new pistol called this, but it's basically a Browning max power. Just copy those stats down. That's how I do it.
Yeah,
I'm also
90%.
Well,
I'm also spoiled where I'm playing with players that have never played, so it's all new to them. But it is funny when I'll do things. They're like, I'm gonna go look in this discount area, and I'll be like, oh, you're looking for used cyberware, and they kind of look at me like, no, I'm gonna pay full price.
right.
I do try and add like new ideas. So I had like a mace hand, for instance. Like if you had a cyber arm, then your arm would extend and it turned into like a bat kind of deal. And I'll add that into a lot of my NPCs to add additional color.
Mm-hmm.
And then if they want it, I'll try and introduce things that someone has.
You do make up spells though. Like that I've made up spells because I wanted to throw people on their heels when they saw something they hadn't seen before. Yeah.
Spells is a bit harder. Well, that's probably because I played like the newer editions, but I'd probably want to make up new spells with like older editions. You have to buy them at like the different ranks.
Grimoire gives you rules.
Grimoire has an entire structure.
Yep. Well, right. But what I mean is like, I don't want to create a spell that does something that's already there. But if you're, but in the editions, you buy spells at different forces. Like
that's in second. In third, it's a little more. It's condensed, right? Mm-hmm. So in second, you'll have one that's light, medium, serious, deadly, and they'll have 4 different types. So dart, ball, whatever. And in third edition, they consolidated that, which a lot of groups that I know adopt that. You choose the damage code rather than having the spell at a certain damage code.
Mm-hmm.
Right, which makes the drain variable too. So like if you choose to hit them with a moderate injury, then Mana Bolt moderate means you're resisting serious drain. Mana Bolt serious means you're resisting deadly drain, and so forth.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I went out of my way to grab stuff modded and then come up with like little names and little backstories for each of the items, like sales pitches and whatnot.
That's brilliant.
I had this is 4E, so the stats don't really matter. But I came up with this Lone Star Troll Shocker, which is like a taser, but meant to take out trolls. So it's instead of having multiple shots, it's just one big bam. And I was just putting it out there. It's hey, just players, here's different stuff, and it's not like they can just look it up in the book and go I want this. It's just and then I also came up with a bunch of different corps, and just and as opposed to always running against Ares or I want them to run against things what's the one of the corps, Hamada Medical Bio Industries, and their slogan is custom evolution, and just have that as a thing. And then
I usually run, especially with characters, I usually run smaller corps than the bigger REs, the mega corps, because basically my take on a mega corp is that your average 5-runner Shadowrun team is gonna get chewed up by the security. Yeah. Right. So I send them against the subsidiaries that have a couple hundred employees and 20 security guards, that kind of thing. I don't send them into the Renraku arcology for any reason. So
I've enjoyed,
except going to the mall.
I've enjoyed the exercise of taking real corporations, and obviously in the public, you don't want to get sued. So published, they couldn't have done this in the real publications, but figure out what would have happened to X Corp in the Shadowrun timeline and use them.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, so some of
I love seeing Fujifilm in the Blade Runner movie, as if it's the massive,
and Atari, and Pan Am,
Atari,
and Pan Am.
And I like to extrapolate from the current trend of corporations buying corporations that you wouldn't even imagine being similar in any way, buying each other out. So you have Milton Bradley, and then some pharmaceutical company, name mashup, just where it's what the hell? Why would they combine? But they combine, and they're a massive force now in 2053.
Yeah, and I think a nice touch that I've started doing for those companies is giving them slogans. And so when they're running through doing something and they're just waiting, I can tell them about the latest ad they're seeing on something, because it's a corporate world, so ads should be everywhere. So Heckler and Koch, no compromises.
I prefer more of a
question about.
I'm more of an FN kind of guy. Might as well. Centuries old technology. Why change it? No, but it was funny because in my games I had because everything's soy or whatever, or plant-based stuff in the future. Well, when I started playing, I worked at Jack in the Box, and their tacos are soy tacos. It's not actual meat; it's just soybean stuff.
Don't tell me that. I don't want to hear that.
You can't tell. I eat them all the time. Doesn't matter. It tastes great. So in my world, Jack in the Box won the fast food wars, right? So if you want a great taco, you go to Jack in the Box, right? So it's just one of the kind of things like that I came up with.
So, question about Shadowrunners themselves, right? Because we choose the priority system, and in later iterations with the build point system, they were able to scale up and down. The thoughts, or when I first joined way back in 1990 something, I was told a Shadowrunner is one of the 1% elite kind of individuals that specially tailored, it is like a creme de la creme. What are your thoughts on the Shadowrunner's abilities versus corporate wage slave? Are they part of the 1%, or are they meant to be special, or are they? What's their scale?
Yeah, we always assumed that they were a cut above, right? And where you put that cut depended on the kind of game you wanted to run. Because you as the game master would determine what kind of opposition they were up against. So if you wanted them to be quote unquote the superheroes, you could scale that easily by the level of opposition. Or you could make the level of standard opposition more equal to them. It was kind of up to you and how you wanted to do it. But we always assumed that they were standout. That they, when you started the game, you already had some level of reputation. Because otherwise, why would anybody hire you for anything?
Well, not just that, the world is supposed to be such a shitty place that not just surviving, but surviving and being enough to say that you're capable of putting a foot forward when someone comes looking for work, that you're not going to be if you weren't at least a cut above, you would have died in that ditch a long time ago. But and this is more my personal opinion, but if you make the players superheroes, not that there's necessarily something wrong with that, it's it doesn't really showcase the dystopic nature that is the world in Shadowrun or in any cyberpunk universe, right? If you're living the high life because you're getting paid hundreds of thousands of new yen per mission, it's not really a shitty world, at least not as far as you're concerned. When you're getting kicked out of your apartment because you can't pay the rent, and you're desperate you'd take up any job. You're he's well, you talk to your fixer, he's well, I don't have any good jobs, but I know this one guy is looking for help. I guess I could sit you up. You're I don't have a choice. This could be and then that's where you lead into those harder missions, because the desperation to push you to accept the higher risk is there, because otherwise it's just find the right tool for the right problem, and then just kind of just things just work out. That's not necessarily scary.
I was looking in the behind the scenes section to see if I guess I must have dreamed it up. I thought I saw some alternate table to give you different karma buyout at character creation. Maybe that's a different edition where they did that, where it was you could have street level runners, or you could have, maybe, am I crazy? Was that Anarchy maybe did that? Where it gave you different buckets of points based on what level of runner you're running. 5e has it, Mr. Johnson said.
I know
And Anarchy has
4E had it.
Yeah, I think it's with the build point systems,
Gotcha.
which the later editions had.
Well, it's easier to build points, but like you could also tweak around the priority system. Although I don't think I've seen anything official done that way. Like I did my own. So
Yeah, that was a companion.
I did my own so that I could like scale my game to where I wanted it to be. But like,
Yeah, totally.
Well, some of them did like sum to 10, so that way if you took like a human, you could get a little bit of an extra bonus and so on. It was a way to kind of scale people up. I don't know if that was ever.
I love the I love the way the race works in this. Personally, I like the fact it reminds me of sort of old school D&D where it's like playing as a different, as an elf or dwarf is like a privilege in itself.
Right.
And you kind of you play an elf not for the stat benefits, but because you really want to be an elf.
Yeah,
You're going to take a
I want to
hit.
play something different. Yeah.
although for the I've seen a lot of like people play elves that were somehow playing into the archetypes that needed those charisma and like agility bonuses. Or quickness
Yeah,
for
that's true
decision.
too. The face or whatever.
Or like how many troll like tanks do we see across the editions?
Yeah,
I mean, like just,
Well,
I got one.
they're built to take the damage though.
But that's what Chunky Sauce is for.
Right.
Mr. Johnson was asking if Nigel Finley was a freelancer or if he worked for FASA.
Freelancer.
Do you know, Tom?
Yep, he was a freelancer.
Freelancer.
And a prolific writing prostitute.
He I don't know how he did it. I literally don't.
I'd asked him if Nigel would be one to take over the line if he hadn't have died, and Tom was like, "No, he liked freedom, right?"
Yeah, he liked being able to jump from project to project, and
He was like a Brandon Sanderson
Mm.
of RPGs.
some people just have that bug that gets them, or that itch that gets them wanting to write.
well, I think he somehow had the ability to almost first draft everything, where he would
Wow.
just sit down and write it.
Would love to have that ability.
Yeah, because that's the only way he got things done on the timetable that he did. Because he'd be doing something for me, and I'd be talking to him. He'd be like, "Yeah, and I'm doing this thing for for White Wolf, and I'm doing this thing for." But it's like, the hell, dude, how are you doing that?
He did Van Richen's guides for TSR.
He was doing something for everybody.
Wow.
I don't.
He did a lot of Shadowrun stuff.
Yeah. I would have almost suspected that he was secretly a writing mill that he had.
Like 12 brothers and sisters, and they were
Get his
just
own
writing all
followers
He went back in time and like somehow got chat or GPT going. Write me a book on this.
Yep, but he didn't. He was always willing to do the rewrites. So, not that there were ever tons, but there were sometimes there were things that just were not, They
Was
collided
Nick Smith
something
someone's pen name?
like that,
Was Nick Smith someone's pen name?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was a guy that Bob Charette and I knew from Fantasy Games Unlimited. He was the warehouse manager.
No way. Crazy.
Yep, he always wanted to be an
That's
author.
awesome.
He got a shot. He wrote two great books. I don't think he wrote anything after that.
that he just dropped.
He scratched that itch.
He just like lost interest, or
I don't know. He wasn't available to do anything. I think he did a couple of short story things, but he then wasn't available to do anything big, and I don't remember why.
could be something professional happened, or something he didn't have the time to dedicate to it.
Sure, or he became Brandon Sanderson. I don't know. I mean,
He's now Quentin Tarantino, and
no.
There's tons of like things that could explain that.
right.
Yeah.
If you got like married or started a family or something.
Yep.
Just didn't have the time.
Yeah, that happens.
Yep. But yeah, that's how we all kind of met. Is Bob was art director for Fantasy Games Unlimited. They published him and Paul's games of Aftermath, Daredevils, and Bushido. They published Villains and Vigilantes and Bunnies and Burrows and lots of other stuff. I worked in the warehouse at Fantasy Games Unlimited when I was in late high school, early college. And I wrote some stuff for Villains and Vigilantes. And we gamed together. Not with Paul. Paul still lived in the Washington, D.C. area. We were all in the New York City, Long Island area. That's where Fantasy Games was. And after I went to grad school and I left there, Bob was sculpting miniatures for Ral Partha, doing BattleTech figures, amongst other things. And he got to know the FASA guys through that and proposed a cyberpunk game to them that FASA agreed to. And Bob and Paul asked me to come aboard as the third author. And that's where it went from there.
Easy.
It was like a golden age, I think. There was some magical about that time.
Well, I heard theories about that having to do with older generations had like something like, I'm speaking about like, compared to my generation and like, prior to that, of just lived experiences. It's like, there was like, the war, and then what do they call it, the Cold War and all that, Vietnam, and people just came home from that, and then they had like lived experiences they could like write about. Compared to over the last 2 decades, I mean, most people just kind of like, grew up and went to college, so they didn't really have a whole lot of life experience to pull from.
I don't know.
I don't know how accurate that is. I just heard that as a theory.
Yeah, I mean, there were certainly, I'm post that, right? I mean, I'm in my mid 50s. So, I don't have that. There were some people around who did. I mean, Steve Venters, who did a lot of BattleTech art, was a Vietnam vet. And I'm sure, some of the prior generation doing D&D stuff.
Could also be the I've heard like some authors complain about the formalization of fiction, where like, some of the publisher houses, they want things that fits a certain formula, and then it's hard to like, really write passionately about something if you have to like fall into a certain formula, and people are just like, yeah, not gonna do that.
I mean, that's always true, though.
Yeah.
Like as trends change and what's cool changes, like what the publishers are willing to publish changes too, and that's it always happens and forever.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But like movie studios,
I think it's with these things too. It's important to look at the timeline of the industry, and it's like tabletop gaming was still relatively new as what we, you know what I mean? It's like it had been around. But it was
late
like
70s. I mean, it's only 88 is only like 13 years.
It's almost
removed,
if you like it, yeah. If you liken it to like almost like film, there's the golden era, and then there's like the new Hollywood of these like new mavericks that come in and kind of change things up. And I feel like you kind of see those same benchmarks in tabletop gaming too, where there's like something pulling all of these talented people together at the same time and building all these like huge hits that stick around forever.
But then there's those huge hits get like, fans, and then the fans want to do their own thing, and then it proliferates. It proliferates, but like when you're trying to copy someone's like original work in like, in not necessarily like plagiarism, but like in like, form, because like, it's awesome. So you want to do something awesome. It doesn't necessarily like work out well. Like look at D&D since like Critical Role became a thing. Just the explosions of like podcasts and let's plays that have been pumping out across all RPGs. And like, some of them are great. Some of them, I mean, they just weren't cut out to be.
Yeah,
It's
just
all
go
about
go back and look at some of those early Critical Role.
Yeah, some of them are. Yeah, they're a little...
I have this theory too about like if you look at like and I'm not a coder or an app developer, so you can just mute me if you want. But I feel like with like apps, it's like when they first came out, when Apple launched the iPhone and the App Store was open, it was like if you knew how to code, if you knew how to build an app, like you were this magician, and people would throw money at your startup to build apps because it's this wild west, But then over time, it becomes a mature enough industry where the people with the money start to think they understand how it works. They got enough data to try to drive and steer things from the beginning before they start funding things. And I think that's what the exciting thing of any new medium is. And I feel like with tabletop gaming, when FASA was going on, I mean, Tom, of course, stop me at any point, but I feel like a lot of things weren't figured out. No one had mixed fantasy and cyberpunk, and no one had made a cyberpunk game months before you guys released. So it's like you guys had to be inventive, and people just had to trust that you were going to make something good. And there was a chance that you wouldn't, but you did. But I feel like that's like almost maybe the business stays out of it a little bit when industries aren't mature enough to start thinking they understand it, maybe. But
there's also an aspect, I think, I'm thinking about your app example. There's also an aspect of market saturation to deal with too.
Yeah.
Like if you went and made a to-do list app in 2007, when the iPhone was brand new and nobody was making apps on phones, you'd be a millionaire today. But if you went out and made an amazing, fully featured to-do list app today and put it up out there, there's a good chance no one would download it. Not a single person.
You might get a couple $1,000s, and if you'd have to like advertise and like convince people to get like try your app over theirs, and then get them used to using it, and like it slowly climb up.
Same thing with like webcomics used to be a thing when, like 15 years ago, you could make a webcomic and it wouldn't be that great and you'd get a decent following. If you were a comic artist today and you're like, I'm going to make a webcomic, there's no guarantee that anyone would even see your comic because there's so much competing content out there. I think that,
like Critical Role or whatever.
Right.
It's the first have a better shot.
Right. And even Critical Role might not be Critical Role if they weren't first. If they weren't the first really big one of Critical Role, there's a good chance if Critical Role hit today, people would be like, it's not really as good as the other stuff I listen to. Because they were there first, they kind of got to be, people were more patient with their hiccups.
They weren't there first. They had star power. They had production value. That was what distinguished them between everyone else.
But
later on,
they did, they were the first of.
Yeah, the beginning it's a little rougher if you watch the very beginning, but still, maybe better than their competition at the time.
Well, because they were in LA, they were able to rely on a circle of friends to pull up those standards quickly. Right? They were, and they were smart, right? Because they were in the voice actor business, they kind of knew how stuff worked. So very early on, they went out and they made a deal with Blackmagic Design for cameras and editing equipment in terms for sponsorship. And that raised up their quality compared to everybody else who was using webcams,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And their audio was top notch, which is such a major thing with podcasting.
Yep.
Considering Hollywood, the number of the amount of star power they probably have contacts like with people that do this professionally, right?
Absolutely.
And like, even if they can't hire on those people, just having them to pick their brains, like, hey, what should I get for like mics? What should I get? Like, how do I set this up?
Yep.
Like,
That's the LA connection, right? They've got guys, what's in LA, if you're working, you work and then you sit around for 3 times that amount of time. So
Right.
it's really easy for them to go, hey, you're not working right now. How would we do this? Can you help me set this up? Yeah, you want these like you was just saying, you want these kind of boom mics, right? You want to spend the money and get the good Sennheiser boom mics. It's a good investment.
Yeah, and then like, cameras, lighting, and like, at this point I'm pretty sure they have makeup artists just to make sure that everyone looks their best.
Mhm.
I'm not part of
They probably do CG touch-ups
live.
It's probably a filter.
at this point.
It's a TikTok filter.
But like,
I don't know.
they
I mean,
made
that's why I like the guys at the Glass Cannon. They've brought Pathfinder 2E up. They've built a major podcast network, and everything's top notch. All their programming from
yeah, they're good.
It's amazing. I mean, I watch and listen to them more than I do. I don't do Critical Role anymore.
Sure.
No.
And not just because it's D&D, but it's just like,
well, they're a different brand of humor,
right?
sure.
Exactly.
They're more my style too.
I like the for immature audiences only kind of stuff.
Sure. I know what you're talking about.
Speaking about the industry, of what is the how is the OGL like controversy going to affect gaming as far as like Shadowrun's concerned?
It shouldn't.
Well, it's not going to pull Shadowrun down, but like, is Shadowrun going to benefit from this? Because like, you're getting a lot of people leaving, D&D and looking to play for other games.
Well, there are a lot of people on social media who are saying that's what they're doing. We don't yet know what they're actually going to do.
Right, and like most of these people are just going to buy like, a book from this random like RPG and they're going to start playing that with their home group. So we're not going to necessarily see that physically change. But like I've seen a fair amount of like people say on social media and Reddit and things like that they're looking to try different games than what they're usually up to. And like,
Right.
and that's still, even if it's 10% of like, what social media claims it is, that's still going to be a sizable like amount of people that are going to be floating around, because prior to this, like a lot of people who I was trying to like get to play these other games were like, yeah, but we could just play D&D instead. Like, well, why don't we just play D&D? Like let's do something different.
They're looking for a fantasy. They're not looking for cyberpunk.
They'll be going to Pathfinder 2.
The other thing is, I don't think Catalyst is actually looking to capitalize on this, because they likely don't see D&D players as their market.
Yeah. Well, and you've also got that whole barrier that we were talking about earlier, where someone goes, okay, so I'm dropping D&D. Let me see what else is out there. Which version of Shadowrun could I play? Then they run into that wall and they're like, what? I'll go find Pathfinder.
They get stabbed repeatedly.
Yeah, where do they get that information on what their alternatives are?
Mm-hmm.
Right? There are some who are more in tune. They kind of know what's out there, but for a lot of them, it's going to be some sort of marketing, right? Which nobody else is doing.
Pathfinder
has the money to do it.
Yeah.
Well,
Pathfinder, Kobold Press, the big names in third parties.
The OGL statement from Paizo was fucking massive. That was a huge PR move.
Yeah. Paizo already is like a multi-million-dollar company. They're not like the low-hanging fruit.
They're not as big as you think.
But
they're not that big, but still, like
they're like $12 million valuation. That's what I'm basing it off of, my comment off of, because
the Open RPG creative license, or like this new LGL to replace the OGL thing from Paizo, which they're willing to like fight in court if need be. Like that's that sort of thing could affect Shadowrun. Would, like, the Catalyst Games, have they said anything about whether they'd be joining that or not, or have they just kind of like stayed silent?
Remember, they're
I
a
haven't seen anything.
licensee.
Yeah.
They don't get to say.
Hmm.
It's all what Topps would want to do, and Topps has absolutely no reason to buy into any kind of open gaming license.
Because Catalyst doesn't actually own Shadowrun, they license Shadowrun.
They license it from Topps.
Or the English edition. There's a different one for German, right?
It's all
Yeah.
all licenses to Topps ultimately.
Yeah.
And I don't know these days how that German licensing flows, because FanPro had both for a while. Right? They basically they were the German publisher and they picked up the US rights until they didn't anymore. And I don't know.
Are they the same? Is that the German publisher now? Is it
was the
FanPro?
same. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And I don't know. I don't know. Well, I mean, find a German book, look at the credits page. What does it say? It'll say who it's licensed from.
Right.
But ultimately, it comes down to Topps. Catalyst has no. They can go to Topps and say, "Hey, we think this is a good idea," but
I feel like the move it should have been made already.
Yeah.
I feel like it's like, I think that's what's so smart about what Paizo did. It's
I
like,
think you got to remember there's OGL benefits franchises that are not driven by a single story. So Shadowrun has a single story thread that drives through all of its product.
That's true. It's not really a setting thing. It's not a rule set. It's a storyline.
Correct.
it's built in.
So you don't want people creating things into that storyline, because that will just create confusion. And I can testify.
I don't think they could create.
I was hired not only to do Shadowrun, but also Star Trek. I was supposed to be the line developer for Star Trek. And FASA was deep in a fight with Paramount Pictures, because Paramount was really tired of fans writing letters or calling the studio to point out contradictions between what was on screen and what FASA had published.
Oh, no way.
Oh, yes way.
Wow.
Those Trekkies are hardcore fans.
It wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Well, agreed. I know. Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. And they couldn't deal with it anymore. Right. And we offered to do all sorts of, look, we'll put in a disclaimer that this is canon, much like what eventually they were able to do with Star Trek Online, right? They were able to say, hey, this is a separate timeline, a separate everything. What you see in here does not necessarily reflect what's going to be in any of the TV shows or movies or anything. Right. We offered to do that. We offered to do some other stuff. But ultimately there were some financial issues that made it impossible for us to continue. So nothing that I worked on ever saw print. But it's that problem, right? You don't want people writing things into your canon, because you can't control it. It will, and people will not see the distinction between something that you made and something that somebody else made, especially nowadays when the production quality can be so high that it looks like it's coming from the main publisher.
Did you guys think of just having like rule set and kind of, setting and all the kits and gear and all that stuff and decoupling from a storyline?
You could.
No, did you guys consider it?
We didn't, no, because that's not how you did it.
It's so intertwined too, which is what I love about second edition. I feel like that would be really hard to untangle that.
There are D&D is just about well, so D&D is by far the biggest, right? But then you've got you've recently seen things like Fate and Powered by the Apocalypse and Blades in the Dark that are rule sets that are available to others. But that's pretty recent, right? I mean, you did have Chaosium doing basic role playing, that the core is in RuneQuest and the core is in Call of Cthulhu and stuff like that.
No, but D&D was a rule set, and it had different areas, right? So you had Faerun, which Forgotten Realms or whatever, and then you had Dragonlance, and you had like these different things, but there was always this commonality between the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they're selling a rules system, not a setting. You can buy those settings separately, and they don't necessarily come packaged.
When you got the old second edition advanced D&D player's handbook and DM's got it, there was no setting stuff in there. There was no maps. That there was just, here's the rules.
Right. Other than gods, there really isn't any.
Even the gods, like if you look into the different settings, like they all have different gods. Sometimes they cross over, and sometimes they don't.
In the early days, there was the Deities and Demigods book, which was like, here's a book of gods, including some we don't have the rights to.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So
it'd
be interesting, because I'm like, you know what? I want to do a Fallout game. I want to do. I threw in some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I've done Predator games. I just think there's so much potential, and there's so much additional fluff that you can throw into this.
But the thing is, like, nothing prevents you from doing that. You just can't get official, material for it.
Yeah, it wouldn't be official. Yeah.
Yeah. No. I just think that it could have come from official, and it had it done that, or had like these different source books, could have blown up even higher, because the rule set's just so solid in second.
Mm-hmm. Well, you also have to be careful in the sense that when you have a system that relies as much on the setting as this one, or the setting relies on the system, they're kind of intertwined, and it's difficult to remove one without it toppling over. Right. At least from a professional,
It's also because
100% convinced that the third-party D&D market increases the market size.
Oh yeah.
I think they're primarily selling to the converted. Right? I don't think that people look at Drive-Thru RPG and the DM's Guild and go, oh man, look at all that stuff. I'm going to play that. I think they're playing that, and then they see that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that it brings more people in. Like, Call of Cthulhu, they have their own community publishing deal. I don't know that it means more players for them.
Yeah. I mean, Hasbro's, they've crunched the numbers. Like, they know exactly. Like, if someone's getting into D&D, like, they mean tabletop gaming, but they're saying D&D, so they're going to go into D&D. Mm-hmm. Like, you're not going to go, let me see what other systems there are. If you're dipping your toe in tabletop gaming, you're going to play D&D.
Yep, and they tip their hand with their OGL 1-2 when they set that revenue target at 750,000, right? They clearly are going for the big payout Kickstarter backed products.
Well,
not
maybe, but if you're gonna like throw up a Kickstarter to for this product or something, like, do you really want to give like a portion of that to
no, of course you don't. But what I'm saying is they're looking at them as the place where the revenue is being generated.
Right, because like D&D is not that, at least 5th edition, is not that great of a system to really be
doesn't matter.
Yeah, they're
admitting that basically.
They're watching. You got people watching Critical Role, and oh, cool! I could play this game too. This looks easy.
Yep.
And then they come to these games, and they're going.
Playable is all that matters.
They're it's kind of an admission that it's not the best. Mm-hmm. Almost. Right. It's almost like we're going to stop. We're going to take a cut from anyone who's trying to do this better than us.
Right.
Right. And that way we don't have to improve because we don't have to.
Well, no, I think it's So it's capitalism, right? The reason a company is to earn value for its shareholders. How it does that is what the company does. But to some extent, it doesn't matter. The purpose of the company is to earn value for its shareholders. The purpose of the company isn't to create quality product. That may be one way that it earns value for its shareholders, but that's not necessarily the only way. So the guys with the spreadsheet, with the mandate given from Hasbro board of directors, right? And you heard Cynthia Williams, who's the CEO, last year in the earnings call with Hasbro talk about how they considered D&D to be have a lot more monetization potential, which means there's more money to wring out of that rock.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody sat down and said, so where is that money? There, all of those Kickstarter projects that are racking in lots of money that we don't see anything from. We can siphon some of the money off of that. They put in the clause about them owning the IP, right? That was to force companies like Critical Role to go into to do licensing deals with them under the other aspects of their licensing.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise, if Critical Role decided, they published the Exandria source book, right? Notice it was they originally did one with Wizards, and then they did their own through Darrington Press. By that OGL, they're saying, yeah, we own that, so we could do anything we want with those characters, that background.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because, I really don't see, unless your entire, intention is to be a, Wizards of the Coast, a WotC sycophant, I don't see why you wouldn't just go off and do your own thing. It would not surprise me if, Critical Role just puts out their own gaming system. And then
they've come up with a new gaming system. Supposedly is what Matt Mercer came up with one, I guess.
They may. We'll see. Right? And they'll that will give them that leverage. There are not many companies that are in that position.
Critical Role is sponsored by D&D Beyond, which is owned by Hasbro, WotC and Hasbro. So if they break with D&D, they have to deal with the financial ramifications of losing that Hasbro WotC money.
Right, but if they just bend the knee, then they're giving up all their IP, all their intellectual property.
They have to bend the knee for now, right? Because they probably have existing contracts.
Yeah, it's a tightrope they're walking in. Once those contracts are done, that'll be completely different.
Yep, and they have the leverage, right? If they end up with season 4 or whatever it is, a Critical Role, and it uses a homebrew system, guess what? They have the leverage to sell that. I applaud everybody who's starting to work on their own systems, but Cobalt Press, I'm not quite sure you're going to have the legs. Maybe you will. Your Black Flag system, because you've got enough Kickstarter backers and followers from your prior. But it'll be telling to see how many people are Cobalt Press fans versus 5e fans.
Right. Yeah, that's what someone had mentioned too, is just that the OGL was something, it was a lot of work you didn't have to do. Yeah. And you were protected under.
There was a post that Privateer Press put out a couple days after the announcement went out, where at the end of the post, where they're like, yeah, we're figuring out what we're going to do. But at the very end of the post, the last paragraph, they said something to the effect of, using the OGL for us was never about saving money. It was about giving everyone a common language that we all spoke to put our games into, so that we would all be able to get to the same place easier. It was never about the OGL saves us a ton of money. It was more about if we put our stuff out in 5e, we have a larger number of people who understand our material. And that's something you lose if you walk away from the OGL.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And D&D had already reaped all those benefits for decades. Mm-hmm. It's not like they're going to benefit. I mean, Dungeon Master and all these terms, you already equate to D&D. It's not going to go away.
Right.
And how many people out there know about the controversy?
Yeah. How many D&D players have any idea that there's an OGL problem?
Right.
Yeah, they don't care. They just want to show up and play.
Well, they don't have any avenue to know. They may not live on social media, or they may look at it and go, "I don't understand what this means. I don't care."
I think anyone that's using 5th edition definitely knows about this. Like, I see tons of stuff about this.
Yeah, but you're a specific type of gamer that you showed up for a Shadowrun
Book club meeting.
reading book club on a weeknight and talked about the rules of Shadowrun for 4 hours. That is not your average role player.
No, it's
You're
only
more plugged in.
volunteer.
You're more plugged in than most players are, just by merit of being here with us.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, and as Tom mentioned too, it's like Twitter, the hubbub on Twitter and the reality of what people will do are two very different things. It's almost like people like to it just gets caught up in these fever pitch things, and it's every 2 weeks or something else. So
We've heard some anecdotal evidence from store owners that they are selling more independent
Pathfinder
games than they had in the past. Okay. Will that hold? We don't know.
Right, because
I mean,
you buy the newest like Pathfinder game that you're necessarily going to like. You might just do it as a statement, and you sit down, you play it for a bit. After you read it, you're like, you know what? I kind of like how it used to be.
yeah.
And how used to there being a steady stream of new and cool are they used to, right? So you're playing D&D, you go into your local store, you go into your Barnes & Noble, you look at Amazon, every couple of weeks there's something new.
Oh, just walk into your local game store. My God, I walk into mine and it's all D&D hits you as you walk in the
Because there's
walk in
always
the door.
stuff, it reinforces to you that this is cool, this is hip. I mean, I'm with the in crowd,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
I think
a cool copy of Mothership. I'm going to play that. But there's
I
nothing.
think Paizo goes all out on this. I think they're going to release a ton of material, and they're going to be like, "Come over." I think they realize this is a critical moment.
They're going to need outside.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
I think they'll go for it. I think they would leverage their company and try and bankroll it.
Well, that
I would if I was them.
they're also trying to bring everyone under the ORC, so like they're not just doing this alone. They've already got a bunch of like other like companies.
Cobalt Press.
So the real question to me about whether this has legs.
It's about capitalization.
Yeah.
It is taking Paizo 2 weeks to ship anything out of their warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
Or is that not stuff not in stock?
Well, I mean, it was bad during the pandemic because everything was stuck from overseas. They were just, it was delayed.
I purchased a bunch of Pathfinder 2nd edition stuff because I was curious. Okay, I'll read it. The core rulebook shipped out pretty quick. Everything else, waiting weeks.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
Yeah, the real question for me whether this has legs is how long will the metagame stay stirred up about this?
Mm-hmm.
Because if the metagame stays like it is right now, for a couple of months, this might mean something. But if the metagame cools off after a couple of weeks, we're 2 weeks in, we're going to see how long this stays stirred up. But
yeah,
it's got to stay stirred up. People have to stay engaged on this topic for an extended period for it to really change the scene.
I think WotC's kind of like banking on that second one because I've seen like leaks on Twitters of like WotC employees saying that the word they got from corporate was like just walk it back, just like stay quiet for a bit, and then we're gonna keep pushing this.
Well, and there's a D&D movie.
I would trust
D&D movie that hits this year
that you hear on Twitter from so-called WotC employees.
I mean, I'm just saying that, like, it's a possibility. Like, either they back down, and then everyone's happy that, like, they
Well,
don't
we've
do
seen
the.
that, right? I mean, they released the
Mhm.
revised playtest version, and that's a huge, huge collapse from where the 1.2
Yeah.
was, right? There are now nitpicky, I'm going to just call it that, points. The primary one being the content moderation one, right? Which basically says, if we don't agree with the content, we can yank your license. And the argument is, while today we may all agree what's good and bad, in 5 years there could be different management in the company that decides something different. And now suddenly everything that I was publishing today that was acceptable was no longer acceptable.
Right, and the like, even if management doesn't like change all that much, if you look how societal values change,
Sure.
like, do you want, like, what if they were told they can't sell, like, all these Shadowrun books because it has the term race for, like, some of them. It's like, well, they have to use metatype or something like that. It was like, it's impossible to predict all that. And when you put out a product like this, you're hoping that it's going to build value over time, right? They still want to make money.
So their lawyers are telling them to dig in there because somebody could poison their brand
Star
by
Frontiers
publishing something heinous.
Yeah. And that happened this year or last year. So I don't blame. So it's a tricky thing, but it's like I see that point. The Star Frontiers thing is terrible, and they can't have that.
It's very common, right? People are behaving that behaving. People are reacting like this is something unheard of. Not. It's super common. Any kind of licensing. I mean, when we were licensing BattleTech, there was a clause that basically said, we can tell you if we don't like something and you have to not do it. And that was to make sure that, suddenly there weren't battle mechs with swastikas on their shoulders running around,
Right.
The problem is that the open gaming license is Creative Commons, or a form of Creative Commons, which means that they, in creating this open gaming license, have sacrificed the authority to tell anybody anything about what they do with it. And that's what they're struggling with right now. They're not licensing their product to contractors who can change, who have to answer to them. They have put essentially a version of their game out there that anybody can do anything they want with.
No,
it's
a little different.
The challenge.
The OGL is their license. They issue the license, they control it. Creative Commons is controlled by the Creative Commons Foundation. So if they put something out under the Creative Commons license, whether it's the Creative Commons BY or whichever version it is, then it's there. They can't change that anymore. They have issued it. It's locked. Their own OGL is different. So they control that. That's theirs, right? And they're now talking about putting part of it out under Creative Commons and then part of it out under OGL. And that's
the ORC is Creative Commons, right?
No, it will be
theirs.
It will be administered by Azure Law, which is a law firm. So it'll be like Creative Commons, but it won't be Creative Commons.
I see it.
And
Just
then,
a different independent.
Correct.
Yes, until they've made it, and they said that over the long term, they hope to give the control of the license over to a non-profit organization that has a history of open licensing. They use the I think it was the GNU or the Linux or something Foundation as an example.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different ones. There's already an Open Game Foundation, but it's like a guy. It's not really like, it doesn't. So handing it, giving it to the law firm, they're fortunate that Brian Wilson, I think is his name. He was Paizo's lawyer back in the
Beach
day.
Boy.
I think. And
No, I think he was the lawyer. He was the lawyer that made the OGL happen.
so he was the lawyer at WotC. Okay, that makes more sense.
And the people at Paizo, they're doing this now.
Now he's Paizo's lawyer, and he's at a company called Azure Law, and I guess Azure Law has agreed to maintain.
And the people
ORC.
that are making the ORC at Paizo are the people that made or worked on the OGL at WotC, those years ago. So, they kind of
And there's a lot of controversy because there are aspects of the OGL, and we'll have to see about the ORC, that some argue runs contrary to copyright law. That actually by signing the OGL, you are giving up rights.
Mm-hmm.
Because the OGL says that this gives you the license to use certain game mechanics. And there's a lot of copyright lawyers who say you can't copyright game mechanics.
Hmm.
But if you sign the OGL, you've given up that, you've acceded to WotC that you have their permission. So now you're stuck.
Mm-hmm.
So I looked at the clock and I need to go.
Yeah. We'll wrap this up. Thank you, Tom, for doing this again. This is so fun.
Yeah, this is great.
And thank you all for coming. So I'll figure out another time. I don't know, what should we read for next time? We can talk about that in the chat. It's pretty late. All right.
Combat probably covers it for us. Combat's like 40 pages. So if we did combat next, that would probably cover it.
All right.
Whoever gets us through this the fastest, I want to play with Tom.
I just want to get grenade rules. That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
What did you say? You just want to throw grenades?
Just want to get to the grenade rules.
He wants to get to the chunky salsa. We'll have to have a whole other night to go over that.
So brilliant. Favorite
combat minus chunky salsa, and then we'll have a special chunky salsa session.
That's right.
Yes. Well, thank you guys. Thanks, Tom. And we'll see you guys in around a month.
Sounds
great.
Good.
Have a good one.
All right. You too. Later.
Night, everybody.
Night.
There you have it. The second meeting of the second edition book club comes to a close. We are going to be reading Combat for next time. That is, I think, page 74? 76. All the way to the magic section, which is on page 116. So page 76 through 115. If you'd like to read before next time. Otherwise, thanks again for watching. Please subscribe. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to do that. But if you'd like to subscribe to us, I really highly recommend. If I don't annoy you on this book club thing, you might enjoy our podcast. So I'm just putting that out there. If you'd like to join our book club, it is open. Check out the description below. I kind of outline how to do it. I'll hook you up. We'll get you set up. So yeah, should be fun. Until next time, we'll see you next time. I said next time twice. We'll see you out there, chummers. Take it easy.